My Pharaon, the great sleep has ended. We rise beneath the light of new stars. New life has arisen, and it has infested our world. You are needed upon your throne.
My Vargard, Nefershah. Yes, Nefershah. What world is this?
Kivroth. This is your crown world of Kivroth, my Pharaon.
Kivroth. Yes, of course. My memories arrive fractured, incomplete. It seems the great sleep has taken much from me.
It shall pass, my Pharaon. All have suffered as we slept, in our own ways. By your command, we can regain what was ours. I shall escort you to the Sepulchre Regnant. There, your throne awaits.
Of course. And there are others, my courtiers.
The Eupatridae, your generals and advisors.
They must be awakened. That is my command to you, Nefershah.
As you will it, my Pharaon.
Take me to my throne. Awaken the Eupatridae. Then I shall retake my world.
Of the Necrons had indeed withered and retreated, as the Silent King foresaw. But new foes had arisen in their place. Among them was humanity, and the stain of this particular enemy had fallen upon Sankotep's world of Kivroth. The war to purge this lesser species could not yet begin, for our Lord was still without his throne.
This world, I cannot recall it. It is ours. Mine. So much change. Or perhaps my memory fails me. We must claim what is ours from this colonizing foe. Let the legions march forth.
My Pharaon, your throne stands empty. The Eupatridae are to be awoken, and will attend upon you at the Sepulchre Regnant. But the royal tomb is unclaimed.
The Sepulchre Regnant. Yes. My command protocols flow from there. We must retake it. My Vargard, go! Prepare it for my arrival. Enthroned there, I shall conduct this war of reclamation.
Without delay, Pharaon.
The Sepulchre Regnant was undiscovered by the invaders, and Nefershah found it guarded by canoptic constructs vigilant since before the Great Sleep. Two Doomstalkers barred the gate with their towering, living metal bodies. Alas, their protocols had deteriorated with the turning of the stars.
Stand aside in the name of the Pharaon Sankotep.
ancient sentinels did not respond. They adhered to their task of guarding the threshold, but their minds had failed during the Great Sleep, and they were utterly unresponsive.
These lowly constructs will bend to our will.
The construct's minds had deteriorated past the point of salvage. Though the command protocols flowed through them, they caused their corroded minds to burn out, removing the obstacle but serving as a reminder of the many vicissitudes of the Great Sleep. The Sepulchre Regnant to find that, like the constructs at the gate, many of the Necron warriors and constructs were still locked into their defensive duties and would not yield to the Vargard's authority.
They are of little consequence. I shall not permit them to impede the Royal Guard in our duties. Open fire!
Ready. In readiness. All paths lead to inevitable victory. Ready. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. In readiness. All paths lead to inevitable victory.
If needed, we will purge the entire tomb of these flawed constructs. Our duty to the Pharaon is paramount.
The Sepulchre Regnant was a huge and complex structure, as befitted the majesty of Sankotep's dynasty. Protected by its defenders and numerous security measures, negotiating the structure to reach the throne room was an onerous task.
The Sepulchre was built to defy invasion from lesser minds. Our knowledge of the measures taken will allow us to forge onto the throne room without delay.
The many statues proved perfect sites for anti-intruder countermeasures, unleashing Gauss blasts from eye sockets and pharaonic regalia. Despite being forewarned about the measures, the Royal Guard had suffered much damage by the time they approached the throne room. From the darkness of the Sepulchre Regnant came the scuttling of metallic claws. The madness of time had infected the constructs, degrading their base protocols and denying their loyal service.
Hold fast. These wayward constructs are the last of the defenders. Let them break themselves against us, and the Sepulchre shall be reclaimed.
In readiness. Ready to command. Ready to command. Ready to command. In readiness. In obedience. What wills the court? The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. All paths lead to inevitable victory.
throne room of the Sepulchre Regnant was in the Vanguard's hands, ready to once more play host to the nobility of the Psychotep dynasty. With the throne's recapture, the Pharaoh's commands would be carried across the world, rightful mandate accelerating the awakening of Kivroth's legions.
My Pharaon, it is done.
Call forth my patrinae, my lords, my generals, the weapons in my hand. They shall pay obeisance to my throne as is my due. Kivroth shall march to my will, remembering its glory such as it was before we slumbered.
Shah's first task, upon rousing Pharaoh Psychotep from the Great Sleep, was to likewise bring his principal advisors from their slumber. These three, known as the Eupatridae, were learned and cunning in the extreme. One among them was Hekimheb, Nemesor of Kivroth's legions and general of Psychotep's armies.
Vanguard, are my Eupatridae awakened? Are they ready to serve?
Hekimheb's tomb is intact, but much of it has risen above the planet's surface. The invaders seek to defile it in search of its secrets. The vermin have built an encampment and are excavating the tomb with their crude machines, even now.
Yes. Vermin. Eradicate them. Bring me the general of my armies.
Had a depraved hunger for knowledge. They scrabbled at the ground as if Kivroth was eager to give up its secrets. Unenlightened as they were, their determination posed a danger to the Nemesor's tomb.
Cut through this pathetic rabble. The Pharaon wills it.
Let them come! between us. Drink, then. The will of the dynasty. Receive the enemy.
entrance to Hecame's tomb would open only to the exalted among Kivroth's nobility, but was evidently malfunctioning. It remained closed, even in the face of the Royal Guard. Were carved open and dismantled, preserving the much eroded grandeur of the Nemesor's tomb. The Vargard's agents were not the first to enter the tomb since the Great Sleep began. One of the invaders had made its own entrance, worming through cracks that had opened up in the structure over the eons. It brazenly scrutinized the many artifacts interred alongside Hecame.
You dare to enter this place, to plunder it for ill-gotten trinkets.
Then Scavola's hypotheses were well-founded. These hateful Xenos are not dead, but slumbering. And now they awaken. Thinking machines of living metal. Anathema to the Omnissiah's design. We must know them, the better to destroy them.
Such hubris, to presume to learn of us. You, who are beneath our very notice.
Very well. I will tear your secrets from your corpses.
Though inferior to us, this one is armed beyond the means of its underlings. Do not underestimate it, and eliminate it quickly.
For Kivroth! Break them! Take them! Ready to receive the enemy! At readiness! Let them come! Let them break their blades against us!
The sarcophagus chamber and the stasis crypt within was undamaged. It had remained inviolate in spite of the invaders' attempts to breach it.
What crisis demands my awakening? Let it be dire indeed, for I do not stir but for the gravest tidings.
It is by my will you are awakened, yes. I have need of you, of my Eupatridae. Announce yourself to me.
My Pharaon, I am Nemesor Hekimheb, commander of our dynasty's legions, conqueror of our dynasty's foes. you truly not recognize the foremost of your noble servants? Has the great sleep caused you such ill?
Nonsense. I recall you well, Nemesor. Your decisive skill, your firm resolve. I command it all. I command all that I behold. And we are invaded. Yes, hateful primitives infest my planet. You, Nemesor, you will serve me again. You will drive them from my dominion.
I hear your will, my Theron. And I trust that you guide our dynasty with undiminished wisdom. Our warriors shall march forth and exterminate these lesser creatures. In the name of Sankotep, as in all things.
My Theron, I humbly submit to the court a matter that requires urgent attention.
Speak, Cryptet.
My divination of the heavens has revealed a new void ship entering Kivroth's orbital reaches. It matches neither the designs of our human enemy, nor those of our own kind.
You were right to bring this to court, Cryptek. We awoke into a galaxy full of enemies. These invasive species flock to our domain like circling carrion birds. Vargard! The presence of uninvited visitors to Kivroth is displeasing to me. I wish them banished from our sight. See to it.
Of course, my Theron. An orbital weapon of sufficient power, a formidable Gauss pylon array, is being excavated by human interlopers ignorant of what they have uncovered. My royal guard shall retake the weapon and use it to strike this spacecraft from orbit.
Styled himself Grand Vizier to the Theron. Khepra was a master of exotic radiation and power-rational energy, a creator of mighty and esoteric weapons. Sankotep had often sought his counsel on the use of such technology.
Khepra. He will have fortified his resting place with such horrors. Yet without our hand, he may never awaken. I would have you, Vargard, open his stasis crypt and summon him to my court.
I shall see it done, my Theron.
numbers, but most were engaged in fighting the constructs that poured forth. Khepra had never been idle in creating defenses to protect himself.
Isolate and wipe out the closest group of invaders. Create a gap in their lines.
Command. By the dynasty. Obedience over all. Observing the field.
Khepra was famed for his brilliance and notorious for the experimental technology he created. Nemesor, ever circumspect, anticipated the approach to his tomb would be seeded with systems designed to ensnare and eliminate intruders. The methodical approach was most logically sound, and indeed the Royal Guard uncovered many of Khepра's sensor boundaries and isotopic tripwires.
The enemy are scattered, but not defeated. Break through these wretched vermin before they can attempt a defense.
Obedience over all. Warriors, a million pawns. In command. Observing the field. Yet breached the tomb, but there was another obstacle besides. A corruptic spider roamed near Jebka's sarcophagus chamber, its mandibles flared ready for combat. The construct showed no deference even to the nobles who led the royal guard.
This construct should be occupied with repairing the tomb, not barring our path. Jebka has clearly meddled with its protocols to serve his own needs. But I did not believe even he was arrogant enough to threaten the royal guard. Construct! You will permit us free passage, in the name of the Pharaon.
In response, the construct merely charged its particle beamer and emitted interstitial signals that Nevashar could not decipher.
It seems the Grand Vizier thought his privacy outweighed the authority of the throne. A delusion that must not stand. It is no more than a broken tool. And a broken tool is best disposed of.
The royal guard opened fire, and the tomb spider was caught in a storm of Gauss blasts before its own weapons were fully operational.
This defective construct has served as an obstacle long enough. Deactivate it to a terminal end.
All is ready. For Kilfoth. Obedience over all. A million warriors, a million kings. My will be done. Observing the field. Observing the field. Command as I am is ready. Unexpected visitors. I had wondered at all the noise.
Cryptek Jetka. Our Pharaon commanded you be awakened to attend him within the Sepulchre Regnant. I am surprised to find you already released from stasis.
I am surprised our Pharaon could recall me at all. My diagnostics suggest his engrammatic degradation to be severe. No. My tomb woke me some time ago in response to the alien presence. Thus far, my constructs have dissuaded interlopers. I trust the spider at my door gave you little trouble.
My Grand Seneschal, Viceroy. The title escapes me. No matter.
I recall such grand weapons and cunning devices at my disposal. I have need of your craft, my technomancer.
I am your Grand Vizier, my Theron. The eons of the Great Sea have doubtless taken their toll, but worry not. Your loyal servant stands ready to assist you in grasping the principles by which you ruled before your slumber.
I rule as ever I did. I need no other's hand to steer my domain. Return to the sepulchre, regnant Grand Vizier, and yes, I shall determine the course of my command. I shall remember what to do.
Of course, my Theron. A million apologies for offering even the slightest appearance of doubt. Grand Vizier Jebka is at your disposal, ever devoted and dutiful.
Report, Cryptek.
As predicted, the pylons were easily reclaimed by your warriors, honored Thargard. The invaders displayed unexpected resilience, but it was of little consequence in the end.
And the weapons themselves.
My technomagic skills were enough to make the pylons responsive to the throne's command protocols once more. They are fully charged and operational.
Good. By Sankotep's will, open fire.
The Gauss Annihilators were the pinnacle of such weapon technologies. With the strength to reach into Kivroth's orbit, their coils thrummed to bursting with energy, and their focusing crystals glowed green hot. The ground shook with their fury. Direct hits, Thargard. The craft was not destroyed, but its orbit is decaying rapidly. It is entering the upper atmosphere.
Then the Pharaon's will has been done.
Adherents of the Destroyer Creed are anathema to all non-deviant Necrons. Yet, Sankotep tolerated their nihilistic madness to use them as weapons and enforce his rule. Their master, Nihilarch Ukensep, was of the Eupatridae, and would be necessary for the Destroyers to accept the Pharaon's command.
I am told Ukensep's tomb has not yet been uncovered by the invaders. She slumbers still, and must be awoken. This task I grant to you, Thargard.
It shall be done, my Pharaon. The Nihilarch's host are known to not cleave to the will of their superiors. The task is complex.
They will obey their Pharaon. But until such time as Ukensep is by my side, the adherents to the Destroyer Creed may need more forceful persuasion to accept the authority of a Thargard. I trust that will not be a significant obstacle, Nefershah.
I know well the caprice of the Destroyers. They will be brought to heel.
entrance to Ukansep's tomb was untouched by the invader, and indeed seemed untouched by any save time.
Open in the name of Vargard Nefershah, Hand of the Pharaon. It will not open. No great surprise. The destroyers in their madness eschew the appropriate protocols. We must make our own way through.
Circuitry was not complex by a cryptex standards, and the Vargard's force had the necessary skills to manipulate it into deactivating the locking mechanism. The doors were thus unlocked and forced open by the Royal Guard's warriors. The adherents to the Destroyer Creed were already awake, though Ukansep herself still slumbered. In the darkness of the tomb, they confronted the agents of the Vargard. The Destroyers gave no sign of deference to the Vargard's rightful commands. The emblematic pathways of their minds twisted, lost in waves of nihilistic madness.
If you intend to prove a point by sacrificing yourselves before accepting my authority, then such a gesture is no more than a waste of the materials of which you are constructed.
The Destroyers were still unmoving, but hyperphase fields and Gauss coils whined with growing energy as the Royal Guard attained firing positions.
Such a tiresome game of power this is, when there is but one power on Kivaroth. To stand in the way of the Pharaon's command is to beg for execution. These outcasts know nothing but their madness. If they choose to stand in our way, they shall be annihilated.
I ask only that the enemy is within my reach. Let me give rein to our hatred. Scythe them down! Seeking the foe. Seeking the foe. Bring me the foe. I am the Wrath. Seeking the foe. Bring me the foe. Let me give rein to our hatred. Scythe them down!
I trust this needless waste has demonstrated our worthiness to enter the inner tomb. Continue and locate Ugansep's sarcophagus chamber.
Passageways leading to the inner part of the tomb formed a gauntlet of deadly traps. They were symbolic of the Destroyer's hatred of all life. But the material danger they posed was very real.
There is no need to incur further losses reaching Ugansep. We will dismantle or avoid these countermeasures, and in doing so, remind the Destroyers they stand below the throne of the Pharaon.
interfaced with the units, solving each puzzle. And the Royal Guard rapidly progressed without a single Necron compacted into hyperdense matter by the tomb defenses. Indeed.
The Destroyers are not alone in this region of the tomb. Its warrior phalanxes are also awakening. We cannot assume they remain unaffected by the Destroyers' madness. Fight through them before they can demonstrate their wayward loyalties.
I ask only that the enemy is within my reach. Seeking the foe. Knowledge is the ultimate weapon, but a blade to the throat is a close second. Seeking the foe. I ask only that the enemy is within my reach. I am the blade. I obey.
The Destroyers are not alone in this region of the tomb. Its warrior phalanxes are also awakening. We cannot assume they remain unaffected by the Destroyers' madness. Fight through them before they can demonstrate their wayward loyalties.
Knowledge is the ultimate weapon. But a blade to the throat is a close second. I ask only that the enemy is within my reach. Let me give rein to our hatred. Scythe them down! Blades bared. I ask only that the enemy is within my reach.
The Royal Guard had reached the threshold of Uconcept's sarcophagus chamber. As the Royal Guard entered the chamber, Uconcept's stasis crypt opened, and the Nihilarch emerged.
Who disturbs my rest? Such visions I had. Worlds laid barren, the earth scorched of life, the stars themselves dying at our hand. Now I awake into the foulness of a galaxy not yet dead. Nihilarch Uconcept, the Royal Guard has come to summon you to the court of Sankotep, Master of Kivroth. We are to heed the word of a Varguard, the attack dog of the Pharaon, the most beloved pet fawning at the foot of his throne. We will not be summoned like underlings to grovel at court. You enter my tomb as intruders in a sovereign realm, not as emissaries to whom we owe deference.
Imams in stasis had done little to temper Uconcept's brutality or reinforce her proper loyalties. She advanced on the Royal Guard, clearly willing to destroy the Pharaon's emissaries to satisfy her pride as Nihilarch of Kivroth's destroyers.
Stay your wrath, Nihilarch. Kivroth is invaded. Interlopers infest our world.
Invaders, a rival dynasty, or some manner of alien filth.
Human. A new and verminous biological species, daring to seize our world as their own. Acknowledge your Pharaon's authority, attend to him, and eradicate this scourge from our world.
Repulsive. The very thought of such hateful, festering flesh. It must be scoured, severed, reduced to sterile dust. If my destroyers will have their rightful voice at Sankotep's court, and we may revel in the extermination of this teeming growth, then I deign to take my place beside the throne.
Thus did Ockenseb, Lars of the Eupatridae, affirm her allegiance. Sankotep's court was restored for war. Though even at this early juncture, Nevershah could barely conceal her misgivings at the state of her master's retinue.
Aliens have dared set foot upon Kivroth. This world of Kivroth, the seat of my dynasty. It is infested. Your duty is clear. Drive the invaders from my domain and reclaim what they have defiled.
Our legions are responding to the protocols of awakening. They gather ready to march.
My destroyers pledge their strength. The invaders are unclean organic vermin who demand annihilation. They will all be ash before we relent.
My archives stir, and the catalogues of oblivion reopen. Soon, your cryptex shall once more construct weapons of wondrous power to aid the eradication of these interlopers.
My dynasty heeds its Pharaon's call. This is as it should be. A lord must rule, must gather his subjects. He must issue his pronouncements. But how is a war to be waged? I would once record every facet of conquest and siege, but now such mastery eludes me.
A fleeting symptom of the Great Sleep, my Pharaon. With but a little time, I am certain all will return to you. A petty settlement serves the invaders as their would-be capital. They name it Exveritas.
A city, a capital, a symbol, yes. Break the stronghold, break the spirit. This I remember. My subjects, ready to march on this Exveritas.
The Pharaon's mind is addled. The Great Sleep has robbed him of his memories and wits. It shames the dynasty. Our command protocols should flow from a monarch worthy to wield them.
Many unfortunate events happen in war. Even a pharaoh might fall to the enemy if circumstances permit. If he is made vulnerable by a faltering mind, it becomes all but inevitable.
With his destruction, we would take charge. Destroy the filth. Sterilize Kivroth.
It would be our duty. Not for ourselves, but for the dynasty. An unfit monarch, making way for his finest commanders. To rule, to rebuild, to conquer, for Kivroth.
destruction of Exveritas by siege will require the commitment of all our awakened legions. As the fog of millennia lifts from me, I see the virtues of a prolonged campaign. It will test my patience, but in a war of attrition with the invaders, we can only be victorious.
The fog of reawakening may take further time to fully lift, Lord. We know not how many more vermin gather in the void to reinforce those blighting our world. Swift, decisive victory is needed. Acheron's place is leading his legions to victory, driving the enemy aside with his own hands.
To delay is a disgrace. My creed respects only strength of arms, the exterminator's art made manifest. We crave a Acheron whose martial skills are the equal of his strategic brilliance.
The Captrix of Khepra shall devise a panoply of weapons and armor that can turn aside any force. Sankotep shall be inviolate upon the battlefield. He will win in a single engagement what lesser lords might take centuries to accomplish.
Is it so? Victory shall be seized by my own hand? Yes. Yes, I recall the glory of conquest, swift and total. The mastery of war, it may be hazy in my recollection, but I am certain we must know of the city's defenses before we can attack. Summon my vanguard. She must conduct the necessary reconnaissance without delay.
Shah led the royal guard to the outskirts of Exveritas. Though she was bound to the will of her Acheron, the counseling of the Upatridae had caused her grave misgivings.
If Sankotep truly intends to lead the assault on the city, I fear he will become the principal target for every human within its walls. Even had he not commanded me thus, I would be compelled to fully understand the defenses the humans can bring to bear against him, primitive though they be.
The city of Exveritas had grown with unseemly speed, for the invaders were as industrious in their defilement of Khepra as any vermin. Nefershah found the lands around it infested with humans, to be evaded or eliminated as she saw fit.
1,000,000 years of hate culminates in one shot. Fury of the Suns. Punish them! Fury of the Suns! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. Punish them! Punish them! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. The stars serve. To kill is my duty, but that does not preclude my enjoyment. Though the initial contact had been dealt with swiftly, the patrols around Exveritas defended the interloper city in depth. Thousands of troops surrounded the city, watching for Necrons.
Fighting these wretches is beneath us. Our primary purpose is to observe, not to eliminate the defenders single-handedly. That task will come, and I shall welcome it. For now, it is through guile we will see our duty done.
unused fuel pipeline which traveled close to the city's defenses. However, it was not as unused as it first appeared, and the Royal Guard had to contend with a sudden flood of volatile fuel.
A temporary setback. Minor corrosion damage is no hindrance to the execution of our duty.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Punish them! Fury of the Suns! Scour the foe! Punish them! In my sights!
Our task is delayed by this unnecessary skirmish. At least I was able to observe what passes for human elites. A lower proportion of vulnerable flesh, replacing ever more body parts with crude machinery. It seems even they understand the nature of their weakness.
Having upheld the ineffable wisdom of Sankotep by deviating from her task, Nefershah still needed more details on the defenses of Exveritas. She directed her force to a point overlooking the city from which she could observe one of its gates directly.
A fine viewpoint from which to observe the enemy. A success not without cost. The enemy are aware of an intrusion and will seek to engage us soon. We must be selective in where we put our attention.
Intruders relied on ammunition, fuel, and other supplies to keep their troops fighting. Nefershah now understood how these were to be transported to the walls. Information which Doom Scythe strafing runs and artillery would surely make use of.
In my sights! Fury of the Suns! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. Wrath made manifest. All shall burn. Punish them. Punish them! In my sights! Scour the foe! In my sights! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. The stars serve. Upon the ephemeral tides of data, Nevershah sensed a surge in uncontained power.
Unfettered and unguided, a frenzy of electricity bleeding from fallible flesh. Stand ready. This foe is not cunning, but frenzied in a way that is alien to us.
The stars serve. In my sights. But that does not preclude my enjoyment. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Punish them!
Nemesor examined the fallen fanatics. The enemy had a crude intellect in harnessing the very irrational nature of this species and amplifying it into this madness. Their presence among the defenders of Exveritas was noted.
My Pharaon, I have seen the defenses of Exveritas for myself. The walls and fortifications are formidable. The gates are the weakest point. If we focus the assault there, the gate may fall. Once inside, our legions will find little difficulty in seizing the city and razing it, piece by piece.
Swift and brutal, as befits the verdict of a pharaoh. The human scum will not have the luxury of a siege to prepare for death. I remember war. It comes in fury and fire. Our enemies reel its embrace.
I believe your warriors can breach the city with ease. There is little need to risk your royal person. There is hardly more glory to be won by crushing this infestation in person, compared to overseeing our victory from afar.
I am sovereign of this world, and I will conduct its salvation as I see fit. Remember your place.
Vargard, I considered with interest your evaluation of the human city's defenses.
Though formidable by the standards of a lesser species, the design is of course flawed. Your legions will find ample points at which to breach and storm the city.
And a magnificent day it shall be. You did well to bring insights of such value before the court. I understand you were hindered in your task.
The Pharaon set me to enact his command. No challenge could outweigh the honor of that appointment.
Indeed. Yet the Pharaon's commands were contradictory, were they not? At a moment's whim, you and your royal guard could have been lost along with our advantage of surprise. It is tragic to see how Sankotep's mind has suffered in the Great Sleep.
A great misfortune. But he is the rightful ruler of Kivroth, and has the counsel of the Upatradai and of myself. His recollection will return, and with it, his dynasty shall reclaim this world.
Some would say your words are optimistic. There are those at court, and I relay these sentiments only reluctantly, who dare to suggest the Theron is unfit to rule.
They would be ill-advised to do so, lest I hear them. Sankotep is my Theron, and my duty is to him alone. It matters not whether I can grasp the full wisdom of his pronouncements. This duty binds a Vargard, as it must bind all the Theron's subjects.
Of course, Vargard. You are to be commended for your devotion. I see now that so long as you are at Sankotep's side, his reign shall surely last an eternity.
Crash against the walls. The nobles exalt my name as they cut down the invaders. Now is the time to let loose the killing blow. Vargard, we charge!
It appears I am not alone in realizing the potential of this gate to fall. The invaders have sent their best defenders. There, on the walls, their armored elites. We have not faced them yet in battle. Their comms chatter names them the Adeptus Astartes, and even their allies speak of them with fear.
They are but humans, no more, and thus beneath our contempt. Deal with them, Vargard. They must not be permitted to impede my march to victory.
It is my duty to stay beside you and protect you, my Theron.
It is your duty to obey your Theron. You will destroy these Adeptus Astartes, Vargard, at once. It is your...
give rein to our hatred.
We shall test that assertion.
As the Pharaon surged further through Erudition Gate, Nefashar perceived a change in the command lines and data spikes around her. Necron troops were being withdrawn all around the gate, and the invaders' forces were closing in. It was not just the enemy's actions that were turning the tide of the battle, but orders coming from within.
The Eupatridae. Their units are withdrawing. My Pharaon, I must be at your side. I beseech you to withdraw from this fray. Let me do my duty in defending your person.
Preposterous! We are on the cusp of victory! The Eupatridae are loyal to their Pharaon alone.
The defenders close in. The Adeptus Astartes once more garrison the walls.
But the Pharaon strode on, laying into the human foe on every side. Assailed by a host of enemies, Nefashar remained separated from her liege.
forsaken you, my Pharaon. Their cowardice has cast us into disarray. You shall preside over the punishment I will enact.
Cowardice? No. I was a fool, never. In my weakness of mind, I let them outmaneuver me. They watched me walk into this trap and let me think it was a road to glory paved by my own design. Only now do I see and learn my decay and understand.
Not just failure, but betrayal. They schemed against one another for the greater portion of power. They were ever duplicitous and self-serving, but stooping to blatant treason. It violates the most fundamental dynastic codes.
I knew it once. I had the wisdom to focus their ambitions against each other, harness them for our dynasty, but now I accepted their words like a tribute to the throne. I did not look to see them swing. I committed the only crime of which a Pharaoh can be guilty. I became I no longer recall my plans for vengeance in the event of my betrayal. Yet, fragments remain. Orders I coded before the Great Sleep. Travel to the coordinates I am transmitting to you, Vargard. I know not what you will find there. I know not what you must do. I can only trust to the wisdom I once had, and the path to retribution I must obey. The Sancotep who entered the Great Sleep was brilliant, and without mercy. This is his final order to you. Go to this place, whatever it holds, and fulfill your duty.
As ever, my Pharaon, I obey until my end.
The Pharaon has fallen. Tradition demands we mourn him.
Ceremonies of mourning can be placed in abeyance. The invaders allow us no pause to lament a broken mind unfit to lead us to victory. Now we are free to prosecute this war as it should be.
Khepra is still the crown world of the Sancotep dynasty. Surely you must honor our Pharaon's memory, if not his will.
He restrained my destroyers from pursuing the perfected omnicide of this planet. He would have allowed profane life to flourish in every crevice. Now, Khepra shall become perfect in its sterility.
Our legions are without number, and our strategy is clear. We shall focus our energies on awakening all the warriors we can, and force the invaders into battles of attrition they cannot win. We will outlast them.
A grinding engine of extinction, feeding both sides into the jaws of annihilation. I approve.
Nemesor, I must protest this extravagance. Our warriors are many, but not infinite. Kivroth's reanimation systems are yet to fully awaken.
Whether Necron or human, all serve the throne by their destruction. The invaders shall quail before our phalanxes, winning us both territory and the time to further restore our systems. My approach renders victory inevitable. Therefore, it is correct.
Remember to whom you speak, Vargard. You derive no authority from the Pharaon now. Cease to be useful, and you may share his fate.
You serve us now, Nefershah, not the command protocols of a broken king. You may have been his favorite, but he will find us far less indulgent. Nefershah chafed at remaining silent in the face of Sankotep's murderers. The usurpers assumed her obedience, but her loyalty was still to the Pharaon. I alone had her confidence. She traveled in secret to the coordinates Sankotep had transmitted to her, ready to fulfill his last command.
How close now, Cryptek?
Our destination draws near, honored Vargard. There, that structure up ahead.
Ruins of Necron origin, but defaced by a human settlement. Once more, the alien savages make themselves a vexation. Let us cleanse this place of their vandalism.
In my sights! The stars serve. All shall burn. Punish them!
The humans were examining this site. They claim to be seekers of knowledge, these Adeptus Mechanicus. They have the conceit to think they could unravel our secrets with this mindless desecration. Let us reach the entrance to the ruins before they can befoul its interior as well. The entrance to the ruins lies ahead, and remains intact. Unsurprisingly, the invaders' primitive technology could not breach its doors.
My Vargard, their communications are crude and fragmented, but I believe a substantial rabble has mustered to oppose us. You will have to fight through them to reach the entrance.
They will not stop me from what Sankotep wished me to find. In their ignorance, they die.
Sent warriors to encircle the dig site. At her order, the whole force opened fire, catching the enemy in a crossfire before they knew they were under attack.
The humans cannot possibly understand the importance of this site. They send their paltry troops to intercept us. Cut them down and spare this world the consequences of their ignorance.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Fury of the Suns! A million years of hate culminates in one shot. The stars serve. To kill is my duty, but that does not preclude my enjoying it. Scour the foe.
My God, this was just the first of the scavengers. They are redirecting nearby troops to intercept us.
They want the secrets of this place. It does not matter. They will never learn them.
Was Nefeshar's, and she employed it in deploying her warriors to maximize their firepower. The aliens were met with a volley of Gauss beams that cut down their numbers before they could return fire.
Wrath made manifest. The stars serve. All shall burn. In my sights. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Punish them! Fury of the Suns! Fury of the Suns!
The vermin are cleared from the threshold. Now, open, in the name of Pharaon Sankotep.
At the Vargard's words, the gates opened. Within was not merely a tomb, but a repository of secrets. The treasure vault where Sankotep had amassed artifacts from across his reign, unknown even to the Atridae. The Theron's wisdom had once been great enough to keep such trophies a secret. A map of Kivroth, and upon it shone another location Nevershine never seen. One seemingly of no significance to Sankotep's dynasty, or the protocols of war.
Sankotep. How much more did you keep from me? What awaits me there that could not be hidden among your treasures? Too dangerous, perhaps. Though what could be more dangerous?
A Tesseract labyrinth. An extra-dimensional maze without an exit. A prison for that which was too valuable or powerful to be destroyed. The moment she touched the artifact, Nevershah felt the presence of the entity within.
I know this face. From the nightmares of the Great Sleep.
It is the face your people crafted for me, child. The face of a god, made for you to beseech and condemn. This prison has been my nightmare. But now you are here to release me, just as I once released you from death itself.
You were there, at the biotransference. You made poisoned promises to our lords, tempted them with dreams of immortality. Mephitron, the messenger, the deceiver.
Deceiver? I gave only what was asked of me, little Vargard. I helped your people escape the cage of their dying bodies. Help me shed my own confinement, and I shall be free to aid you once more.
I will never set you free.
Why waste eternity as my jailer? You are meant for more. It is within my power to grant you victory, revenge, rulership. I am a god.
A fraction fraction of one. A broken fragment.
A fragment of my power is all you need. I can see the dedication that drives you, Nevershar. But beyond this vault waits a dynasty of traitors and a galaxy of enemies. You need not face them alone.
If Sankotep had not bequeathed you to me, I would leave you in this vault forevermore. I have already had my fill of lies.
It is not my place to speculate as to what thoughts passed through the honored Vanguard's mind. However, she was now presented with a choice. Her duty was to Sankotep and to the throne of Kivroth. Yet, Sankotep was fallen, and the throne sat empty. Thus, her loyalties were divided.
The Eupatridae are the rulers of Kivroth, and thus, as Vanguard, my role is to protect them, and be wielded as their blade. Yet they slew Sankotep and usurped his authority, and my first duty was to him.
Though she thought herself alone, her musings did not go unheard.
Why must you serve anyone? The truly powerful have a duty to rule, to shape the world. And I see in you a ruler.
You dare spy on my thoughts, deceiver?
If you will speak your thoughts aloud, I will listen. Consider this not an intrusion, but an offer of counsel.
Your words promise naught but trickery. The Catan care for nothing but their own appetites.
Such preconceptions limit you, Nevershar. I can grant you the power to sweep these usurpers away, and a human vermin with them. You will rule this world as you should, as Sankotep intended. Of course, I cannot do so from within this Tesseract prison.
Then I shall do without your help, Godshard. For there you will remain. I will restrain my fury and serve the Eupatridae against the invaders. But I will never suffer them to rule this planet.
You will call on me in time, Vanguard. Power demands to be used, and your dedication has demands of its own.
Thus, the Vanguard's path was set. The usurpers could not learn her true aims, and so she would kneel before them while biding her time. She was vastly outmatched by the three lords of Kivroth's armies, but if she fell, it would be in service to the true Pharaon.
command as I am commanded. Will be done. Forgive us. million warriors, a million pawns. Not only martial skill, but the ability to lead in their Pharaoh's stead. Sankotep's dynasty was well served in this, for Nefershar's mind possessed a strategic brilliance as sharp as any in the galaxy.
The humans seek always to claim more ground, like the vermin they are. They seek to swarm and surround our warrior legions. But we have waged war since before their ancestors stood upright. Their every fumbling stratagem is laid bare before us. Cryptek.
I attend upon you, my Thargard.
I have identified a region crucial to the human assaults being staged against our legions. Reclaiming it will justly curtail their capacity to advance. The speed and prowess of the Royal Guard can see it done. Deploy them immediately.
Scour the foe. All shall burn.
Importance of a methodical search was realized as several explosive traps were found among the trenchworks. Though little of material value was found, fragmented plans revealed details of Skitarii tactics and combat theory.
No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
The enemy has fallen back, my Vargard. They scurry like insects to respond to your brilliant gambit.
Only one battle is won, Cryptek, and all of Kivaroth still cries out for victory. Our enemies squat on countless more sites, vital to their crude strategies. We shall reclaim them all. This is our duty to the throne.
Vargard, you have executed your functions with commendable diligence, despite the failings of Nemesor Hecamheb and our lost Pharaon.
As is my duty and my honor, Grand Vizier.
Yet, I sense you share my dissatisfaction with the blunt stratagems of our courtly superiors. We require a weapon to sow terror into the underdeveloped minds of the invaders, to cast the shadow of death where they believe themselves safest. I speak, of course, of the Flayed Ones.
The Flayed Ones are a disease, Grand Vizier. They may be a terrible weapon, but they are insane, unbound by royal authority. Their appetite for carnage is their only reliable aspect.
The paucity of received wisdom blinds you to their potential. Flayed Ones have overtaken a failed tomb structure close to a route used by human convoys. I believe the Flayer curse draws its victims to sites of slaughter, so it should be simple to lure out a significant horde for study.
I must counsel against this, Grand Vizier.
Do not be bound by the conventions of our fallen lord, Vargard. You see a hopeless cause. I see a conundrum to be cracked. Now, go and create our calamity. Once you bring forth the Flayed Ones, I can begin observations. burdened by ever greater misgivings, Nefershah could not yet defy the will of the Eupatridae openly. Instead, she sought a target likely to deny her the magnitude of bloodshed flayed ones reveled in, and selected an Adeptus Mechanicus convoy ferrying materials plundered from our world.
The convoy will be at its most vulnerable at this point, devoid of air cover and far from reinforcements. We must strike with great shock and speed. The enemy shall have no choice but to flee before us and preserve their stolen cargo.
Synaptic disintegrator fire shredded the minds of the vehicle crews, bringing the convoy's tail to a shuddering halt. As the Royal Guard rushed to engage, covering fire continued to rain down on the invaders.
Herded like the animals they are. Close in and engage.
With her trap sprung, the Vargard's force continued to perform for Jebka's satisfaction. They fell upon the shocked convoy with a deadly swiftness.
Ready. In readiness. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. What wills the court? Ready. All paths lead to inevitable victory.
Even lowly beasts recognize they must flee when death lifts its scythe. Advance to the front of the convoy. Shatter their defenses and force them to understand the futility of resistance. We shall deny Yakka his slaughter yet. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant.
Ready to command. I command. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. In readiness. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. Ready. Ready to command. In readiness. In obedience. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. wills the court? What wills the court?
As the Royal Guard advanced, more survivors of the convoy assault regrouped to bar their way.
These animals seem determined to provide bloodshed for Jepka's hubris. Make quick work of them.
Mechanicus troops gathered around the foremost vehicle of the convoy, setting up hasty firing positions. Rad-saturated gunfire fell among the Royal Guard as they approached.
Give these wretches no pause. Close with the foe and scatter them.
Prepare their firing positions further, and when the Royal Guard marched out of the roadside terrain, the Adeptus Mechanicus thought themselves ready. Yet, as Nefashah's reserves bypassed their defenses, despair gripped their primitive minds. The Royal Guard stormed the front vehicle, in defiance of all reason. The Adeptus Mechanicus had chosen to make a futile last stand, rather than flee before the wrath of their betters.
So be it. Jepka will not be satisfied until every heartbeat is silenced. Press home the blade and end this.
Ready to command. The dynasty stands. What wills the court? Biotransference cost us everything, but I do not miss the unreliability of the flesh.
It is done. Fortunately, it seems we drew out no Flayer horde. Let us hope the Grand Vizier is satisfied with this slaughter.
Indeed I am. Be not concerned, Vargard. My experiment was anything but a failure.
Grand Vizier, I had not expected you would leave your research to watch such petty destruction.
But Vargard, destruction is research. These flayed ones may not have made an appearance that you could perceive, but I detected unique energy signatures from our abandoned tomb. They are watching, and with a little prompting, we will soon see their ghoulish tide sweeping over those who would challenge our dynasty. Vargard, while my research into the Flayed Ones continues, I would explore other methods of waging a subtler war than my fellow Eupatridae. The Royal Guard
being a small force with reasonably competent leadership may prove suitable for such operations.
As ever, Grand Vizier, I am at the dynasty's command.
I would have you conduct an exploratory mission. An experiment in the field, if you will. The humans have constructed bases behind their lines from which their ramshackle winged craft launch strikes against us. Your force will infiltrate and destroy one such site to gauge how these creatures detect and respond to our operations.
Such a target will be well defended and distanced from our zones of dominion. It will present certain challenges.
So much the better, Vargard. Every crude tripwire you encounter will be recorded in my archives for those who follow in your footsteps.
Despised the usurpers of the Eupatridae. She knew that to defy them now was to invite destruction. So she obeyed the decrees that issued from the royal court at the Sepulchre Regnant, even as she sought a way to bring the Eupatridae to justice.
Nefashar, our erstwhile Theron's plan for this war was an unwise one, as demonstrated by his failure at the human city. Now my generalship shall undo his tragic missteps, lead an assault against a key point in the enemy's defenses, see that your actions are overt and threatening enough to provoke a response from these wretches.
It shall be done, Nemesor. And the intent of this stratagem?
To create a battle in which I can truly observe how these Adeptus Mechanicus plan to defy my legions in the field. From this knowledge, I shall forge a strategy that cannot fail.
Heckenheim's plan would occupy time and warriors that Nefashar would rather employ in gainful operations, instead of catering to the Nemesor's ego. But she could not yet speak openly against the Eupatridae, and so led the Royal Guard to do his bidding. Proved unequal to the task of disguising their disposition from the Royal Guard. Their crude signals exposed their defensive formation, allowing Nefashar to form an attack strategy. soldiery. A bunker and firing emplacement served as the linchpin of their line, and an assault there would doubtlessly panic the enemy leadership into launching a counter-offensive.
We shall strike without subtlety or reserve. The enemy must know they are under threat.
Stars serve. Fury of the Suns. The stars serve. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. To kill is my duty. But that does not preclude my enjoyment.
We are at the threshold of the bunker. The invaders, for all their ignorance, build their dens sturdily enough. It matters not. The dynasty's might shall prevail.
The constructs created a huge explosion, peppering Nefershar's warriors with shrapnel. A small breach was opened, enough for the first units of the Royal Guard to gain entrance, and though costly, the gambit was a success.
Such losses will not slow us. We shall press forward and complete the Nemesor's wretched task. The bunker is in our hands. Cryptek, what is the enemy response?
But little, my Vargard. The masters of these Skitari are more accepting of losses than we anticipated. Or, perhaps, their command structure is insufficient to respond adequately.
Even in their failings, these interlooping vandals find a way to inconvenience us. If multiple targets fall in succession, they will have no choice but to move against us. Find me such a target.
The human communications are relayed through an individual in a trench nearby, a leader among their breed. If losing a strong point will not rile them, perhaps the loss of a commander will.
It will suffice. Let us reach the target immediately and eliminate it.
Scour the foe! A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Fury of the Suns! Punish them! In my sights! Punish them! The stars serve. Scour the foe.
Force stormed across the battlefield, even as scattered enemy units gathered in a futile attempt to oppose them.
The enemy know we are here. We must be selective in where we put our attention.
Return fire with unexpected and animalistic fury, even as they were cut down, and in a storm of Gauss blasts and irradiated munitions, battle was joined.
The Xenos approach! Their actions are without reason and can be precipitated only by desperation. To arms, and drive them from the field!
Such base and benighted creatures. It is a mercy they do not understand the hopelessness of their fight. It is the only mercy they shall receive.
years of hate culminates in one shot. Wrath made manifest. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
What news?
The human communications are flooded with orders to converge on the wound you have cut into their lines. They, rightly, fear you will open a breach and pour through. Every available soldier is rushing for the site of your victory, Vargard.
Then we have delivered what Hekimhib demanded of us, and no more. Nemesor, you have your counterattack.
Excellent. Withdraw whatever remains of your own phalanx, and make way for my legions, Vargard. This will make for a most illuminating spectacle.
Grand Vizier, I report our task complete.
I am in need of distraction. Relay the results with haste. What of my objectives?
I have witnessed the invaders make use of volatile chemical and plasma fuels. A brief surge revealed a stockpile kept recklessly close to the base itself. My troops breached the containers and left the vermin to burn in their chemical flames.
The humans were unable to detect your ploy.
My choice of target bypassed the bulk of their defenses. One of their landing structures was put beyond use, along with several aircraft. I estimate the base will be inoperable for between 10 to 14 of Kivroth's cycles.
A shame you avoided so many potential sensors. But I suppose one must expect blind spots from creatures so blind in their ignorance. Such infiltration tactics have potential, especially compared to the wasteful military gestures of Nemesor Hekimhib.
And what of the flayed ones, Grand Vizier? The court speaks of extensive repairs to one of your laboratory catacombs. Is your research proceeding as you hoped?
Do not mention those foul things to me again. I have moved on from such notions. No, Vargard. Your force is the key to demonstrating the triumph of subtle wisdom over raw strength. There shall be many more such experiments to conduct.
Then I stand ready, Grand Vizier.
Your provocation of the human military has exposed the disgraceful degradation of our own legion's capabilities. Until the systems of Kivroth awaken fully, we shall be burdened with substandard servants and flawed protocols. One unit of warriors displayed such insufficient prowess that I have decided they are to be removed from our ranks.
You require this unit executed, Nemesor.
These thralls are still Necrons under the command of your Nemesor, Vargard. Unworthy they may be, but for them to die, unarmed and passive, would be an insult to my station. No, you are to engage them in combat.
Some might describe such a spectacle as an extravagant misuse of the Royal Guard.
Courtly gossip is not of my concern. For the Royal Guard to destroy these warriors in open combat will demonstrate the need for our more complacent nobles to improve their performance and show my absolute authority as Nemesor.
Though the enemy were but ignorant beasts, their teeming numbers forced our half-woken legions to combat them across Kivroth. Even a senseless animal can inflict some injury in such circumstances, an eventuality Nefershah had anticipated.
Cryptek, we have word from an outlying tomb. The enemy has breached its defenses and threatens to overwhelm it entirely.
A matter of great consternation, honored Vargard. Such a feat will bolster the fickle spirits of these marauders.
Moreover, the warriors still slumbering within will be lost to us entirely. The foe cannot be permitted to visit such an outrage on Kivroth's rightful lords. Deploy the Royal Guard to wipe out the invaders and teach our enemies what befalls those who would defile our domain.
The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. All paths lead to inevitable victory. In readiness. The dynasty stands. The dynasty stands. In readiness. All paths lead to inevitable victory. In obedience. What wills the court? Ready. In obedience.
tomb is preserved, my Vargard, the enemy thrown hence in disarray.
As it should be. We must be relentless in defending our tombs, lest the legions held within never march at all. Remain vigilant, Cryptek. The vermin will hunt for any opportunity to test our defenses. They shall find no weakness.
My Vargard, the Royal Guard has engaged Hecame's warriors as the Nemesor commanded.
And the result?
I relayed your instruction for the Royal Guard to be less than vigorous in combating the Nemesor's warriors. The battle was drawn out and without spectacle or honor. It is thus ill-suited for the demonstration Hecame desired.
Hecame will have to cope with disappointment. If the Nemesor is half the strategist he considers himself, he will learn not to use the Royal Guard for such wasteful purposes again.
Vargard Nefashar, surely you, devoted to the dynasty's dominion as you are, can see as we do. Only the eradication of organic life can create a galaxy suitable for the Necrons.
We were once biological, Nihilarch. My memories of that mortal form may be fragmented and painful, but I have no intention of rejecting them. I despise the invaders for their arrogance in infesting our world and thinking themselves our equals, not for the fact that they still have bodies of flesh.
You will come to understand in due time. For now, I require only your obedience. A group of destroyers has shed much blood in Adeptus Mechanicus territory. They pursued their mortal prey with such honed purpose, they will soon be impossible to recall.
You wish me to lead your destroyers back to our domain?
No, Vargard. You will annihilate the next Skitarii unit in their path, enforcing a pause in their rampage. Seeking fresh means to vent their wrath, they will return to the thickest of the fighting, where I may guide their destructive urges most effectively.
This region is flooded with Skitarii fleeing the destroyers or trying to regroup. We must not waste time exterminating irrelevant pests.
I shall observe you in this endeavor, Vargard. Your conduct will determine whether the Destroyer cult has a place for you.
The curse of the destroyer shall find no purchase in me, Nihilarch, no matter your opinion.
Have you not already waded through abhorrent rivers of festering life? Try to truly conceive of the Kivroth cleansed of biological filth. You will find the truth.
towards the target area, and the Royal Guard noted several enemy positions as they traversed the high ground. Thus, Nefershah's tactical acumen was demonstrated once more.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot. All shall burn. Fury of the Suns! Fury of the Suns! Fury of the Suns! scour the foe.
The Royal Guard had reached the location of the Skitari unit in the path of the destroyers. The enemy were dug in and clearly expected an assault from the Reapers who had claimed so many of their kind.
If the destroyers get here, they will indulge in such a slaughter, they might never submit to our command protocols again. Attacking a prepared foe defies all strategic protocol, but it seems our only option.
Communications network overflowed with the recorded screams of panicking Skitari and the brutal sounds of destroyer weapons. Their response to the Vargard's advancing force was scattered and weak, and soon the humans were fighting at a disadvantage.
Though they seek to hide from us, there is nowhere on our world a foe can find shelter. Leave none standing.
The stars serve. All shall burn. In my sights! wrath made manifest. Fury of the Suns. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
We have scoured this place of the enemy. The destroyers will find nothing to indulge their bloodthirst here.
You claim no sympathy to our goals, Farguard. Yet you are so thorough in exterminating these creatures. My destroyers were led astray by one of their number. A Skopek cursed with lingering intellect. He has forsaken my command protocols entirely and hunts willfully in defiance of my direct orders.
I trust you will find a means of correcting this situation.
I already have. You are going to eliminate him.
Mechanicus were not content to watch the Royal Guard complete their objectives. Reserve units were sent forth to cut off the Royal Guard.
Relentless as insects, but nothing beyond our capacity to overcome. We will fight them on our terms this time. As Sankotep once ruled, so we shall fight. With determination and wisdom, never to stray from the goal of the dynasty's glory.
Skitarii units were aware of the Vargard's presence and were gathering to meet the new threat. Nefershar's force pursued the rogue destroyer across the battlefield, beset by fragmented Skitari attacks.
Push on and close the distance. This renegade has made himself easy to find. But if we are slowed down here, he could vanish into the bedlam of war.
Punish them! The stars serve. To kill is my duty, but that does not preclude my enjoyment. Scour the foe! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. punish them.
The rogue destroyer had carved a path of bloodshed through the Skitari, which Nefershar's force followed to find him. At the end of that crimson trail, he made his final stand.
Submit at once. You are a disgrace even to Ugansep's wretched sword. At least their mad slaughter may serve the throne's purpose. Your kind are truly beyond hope. Would that Sankotep had cast you all out long ago.
suns! Fury of the suns! Punish them! All shall burn! Scour the foe! In my sights! Punish them!
Your wayward servant is no more, Nihilarch.
So I see. And the destroyers gather at the crux of battle. The better to reduce festering biology to inert chemistry. We move ever closer to a sterile, perfected galaxy.
Nemesor did not give voice to her thoughts. All the destroyers were anathema to her. Dedicated not to a rightful throne, but solely to their philosophy of extinction. Who could say, like the other Patroni, would have to eventually
Vargard, your service is required in a matter of interest to us both. Jepka's scrabbling through human records has unearthed the existence of a shipborne weapon they call the Exterminatus. It is said to be reserved for annihilating the population of an entire world.
Such a feat is well within the reach of Necron technology. But one would imagine that if the Adeptus Mechanicus possessed this capability, they would have already unleashed it against us.
It could be a weapon that affects only biological entities. Or perhaps the humans are loath to damage a planet they covet. I am sure you are as eager to know the details as I. Scour their networks and archives. If they might use this weapon before our own arsenal fully awakens, we should be forewarned.
I shall assign my finest cryptech to the task, Nihilarch.
Let me give rein to our hatred. Bring me the foe. Let me give rein to our hatred. Let me give rein to our hatred.
Mechanicus was still alive. Even in its last moments, it fought on, firing at the Royal Guard with its sidearm from the cockpit. It was swiftly eliminated, but not before several of the Royal Guard had suffered damage.
One cannot fault the determination of these humans to throw their lives away. An animal's virtue, little more than base instincts, fashioned into a crude mockery of true warriors.
Let me give rein to our hatred. Seeking the foe. Let me give rein to our hatred. I am the blade. I ask only that the enemy is within my reach.
The enemy has fallen back, my Vargard. They scurry like insects to respond to your brilliant gambit.
Only one battle is won, Cryptek, and all of Kivroth still cries out for victory. Our enemies squat on countless more sites vital to their crude strategies. We shall reclaim them all. This is our duty to the throne.
I have collated and analyzed all available information regarding the human weapon on Vargard. Though the computational systems of the Adeptus Mechanicus were bizarre in their crudity, I have succeeded in my task.
Good. Report your findings to myself and the Nihilarch.
And let us hope, not least for your sake, that the tidings are to our benefit.
The Exterminatus is not a singular weapon, but an ill-defined array of planetary bombardments. Moreover, commanding such a sanction is reserved for the highest human authorities. The Adeptus Mechanicus on Kivroth have no such mandate, much less possession of suitable ordnance.
So the humans have the means to scour a planet of life, but keep it locked behind an arcane web of laws and obligations, where it might as well not exist. A pathetic failing, and one reminiscent of the least effective pharaons of our own kind.
All power comes with obligation, Nihilarch. If even these borderline sapients can grasp that concept, you should as well.
I I can see beyond the current war, Vargard. Ours is a greater calling than simply changing the names on a star map. In time, you will see these dynastic codes for the shackles they are.
Vargard, I have examined the coordinates you brought me. They refer to a location in a forested region that lies outside any current spheres of battle.
The Eupatridae have made no effort to secure this area. Then they are ignorant of its importance.
So it would seem. Regrettably, I am in much the same position. I have been unable to divine what might lie there. The only possible element of note is the non-human craft shot down by your efforts. Its trajectory traced a path toward this region.
Coincidental, perhaps. Or the newcomers, whoever they were, had an interest in this location too. I must discover what Sankotep wanted me to find there. Keep this location a secret, Cryptek. The Eupatridae cannot know of this.
Of course, Vargard. The human invaders relied upon their ruling tech priests, who possessed a rudimentary and superstitious understanding of various sciences. Without such specialists, the Skitari hordes would surely be left impotent and directionless. Thus, Deathmarks and Canoptic spies sought out these tech priests across the battle zones of Kivroth, as Nefershah's royal guard took on the task of eliminating such valuable targets.
Cryptek, attend upon me. A tech priest target's location has been confirmed. They are animals to us, but by human standards, they are considered masters of their sciences.
Then this creature's elimination would be a most expedient measure on Vargard.
Our legions are too unwieldy to pursue such specific targets. The Royal Guard must be dispatched to engage and destroy them. See that it is done.
Target acquired. Execution doctrines in effect. Let's slip the cyber canids of war.
Scour the foe! 1,000,000 years of hate culminates in one shot. All shall burn.
I detect the dataset of the prey.
In my sights. Fury of the Suns. To kill is my duty, but that does not preclude my enjoying it.
Assessing enemies for taxidermic potential.
Punish them! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. In my sights. All shall burn. Scour the foe.
Patience.
fury of the suns.
The humans' underlings dragged its carcass from the field, and the Royal Guard returned in triumph. With the tech priest no longer a factor, the human forces had lost access to one of their most valuable minds. Their average intelligence was thus devolved towards the dismal human norm.
Our strength is best used when it reaps those who stand most firmly against our rightful dominion. Yet for every head we scythe from their ranks, another 2 humans squabble and clamber to replace them. The Royal Guard must stand ready for further executions.
Vargard Nefashar, just the functionary. The war for Kivroth proceeds with glacial slowness. The invader mocks us with its continued presence on our world. Only the enlightened application of superior Necron wisdom will break this deadlock.
I stand ready to do what the court requires of me, Grand Vizier.
Of course. And I have already developed plans to utilize your obedient service. As Sankotep's ill-conceived assault demonstrated, we do not have sufficient understanding of Exveritas, the principal human settlement. Fortunately, I have developed a form of specialized scarab.
A scarab? The lowest form of construct.
And one I have transformed into a perfect weapon. These scarabs will spread through Exveritas, relaying all I need to build a complete map of the human lair. To avoid detection, they must begin from the city's lowest point. I would have your Royal Guard release these scarabs at my chosen location.
If it be the will of the court, Grand Vizier, I shall dispatch the most suitable units from my Royal Guard to see it done.
It is indeed the court's will. More importantly, it is mine.
The fighting on the front lines has become static and entrenched. How can my legions prevail when I have no opportunity to refine the proper tactics? Every time new combat protocols are issued, these wretches have already settled on some senseless new scheme, so my advantage is lost.
You think it discourteous of the enemy not to let your strategies succeed?
A sardonic nature does not become a servant of the Eupatridae. Furthermore, this is your responsibility. The bunker you seized from the Skitarii has been recaptured, and the commander now occupying it is one of the prime offenders. The creature recalibrates the Skitarii tactical instructions almost daily.
That hardly seems sufficient reason to consider me responsible.
Your judgment does not concern me, Vargard. You will correct the situation regardless. Remove this Skitarii leader and render its followers unable to confound my protocols.
We have reached the enemy commander's last known location, but it moves frequently, always inspecting the fortifications or consulting its officers. We must find it before it learns we are coming for it.
Possessed compartmentalized knowledge and altered pain centers, rendering them unsuitable for basic interrogation. However, information extracted from their cranial augmentations revealed enough of troop movements to deduce the target's location. The Skitari commander was embedded in a section of crude trenchworks deep within the human lines. Nefershah ordered the Royal Guard to advance through these ragged ditches, driving all defenders before them.
In obedience. I command. battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. All paths lead to inevitable victory. Ready.
Location, only to find not a command post, but a structure more typical of the invaders' places of superstitious worship. The Adeptus Mechanicus venerated a being known as the Omnissiah, likely some ancestor spirit or elemental force, as is typical of less enlightened species.
The defenders are emerging to meet us. An unsound tactical choice, befitting such belligerent creatures. Let us demonstrate their folly.
The defenders were true fanatics of the humans' cult, who had invited unfettered energies to course through their altered bodies in crude imitation of a plasmancer's craft. They chanted prayers to their primitive god as they rushed to meet the royal guard.
Lunatic zealots, defending an altar to their laughable faith. Hecamede may ponder their peculiar tactics once they are all dead.
Ready. In obedience. Ready to command. I command. The dynasty stands.
The fanatics fought with such a gibbering fury, blind to self-preservation. These invaders continue to plumb ever darker depths of ignorance. It is...
But to trap their true quarry, the Vanguard's force would need to enter the lowly shrine itself, unknowing what further primitive madness they might find inside. Stormed the ramshackle shrine's entrance, striking deep into the structure according to their finely tuned assault protocols. The Royal Guard swiftly reached the center of the shrine, where the Skitari leader tended to an altar in prayer, his superstitious observations interrupted by the assault. Yet, he did not immediately rise, even as the Royal Guard surrounded him.
Your kind are a truly perverse species. No civilized being would accept death so readily.
That you've singled me out as a target indicates you fear me. That you fear me indicates I have found strategies that work. That I have found working strategies confirms I have done my duty to the Omnissiah.
No matter how you think you have honored your primitive deity, your victories are only fleeting. Our world is barely waking, its mind sharpening. We waited an age of the galaxy to reclaim our domain. We are patient.
The passage of time will prove you wrong, Xenos. It will not take long. After all, I do not accept death. In fact, I fully intend to survive.
The dynasty stands. Ready. What wills the court? What wills the court? In obedience. I command. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. Ready to command. In readiness. Ready. What wills the court? In readiness. The dynasty stands. All paths lead to inevitable victory.
Delusions. This rabble could never rise to our levels of intellect, no matter how long they might persevere. Time is our ally. The Necrons will prevail.
Time is not your only ally, Nefergar. These primitives keep faith with a distant and shackled god. And the traitors who command you worship only selfish ambition. But you have a true god at your side, woken from the stars. Place your trust in me, and we shall surpass them all.
Trust. Trust is the bond of a rightful master and a loyal servant. You understand nothing of trust, God Shard. Only control. And so long as you are held within your prison, that control remains with me.
Elements of the Royal Guard with protocols suited to infiltration had traveled beneath the human city, facing both the Skitari defenders and the malformed semi-organic automata that labored in the city's lower reaches. They could not remain long, but Jedgar cared not for their valiant struggle, concerned only with the outcome of his scheme.
Excellent. The Scarab's transmissions glimmer from every shadow. Like a web of knowledge, they knit their information pathways around the works of the ignorant enemy.
Is our task accomplished to your satisfaction, Grand Vizier?
You may return to the court, Farguard. I shall be unavailable for the time being. The human city shifts and grows with unseemly haste. I cannot waste a moment of study.
That tinkerer treats you as his underling, and Kivroth as his personal laboratory. Yet you are the hand of the Pharaon. You bear his legacy, a rightful authority that far outstrips any treasonous cryptech. Truly, you must suffer to see this usurper behaving like the Pharaon himself.
I can bear such suffering as long as needed.
Jedgar thinks he has every eventuality planned for. You may seem beneath his notice, but he is surely prepared to eliminate you the moment you become a threat. Be not afraid. Nothing can prepare that traitor for the power of a deity, and that is what you hold, ready to serve at your command.
And will that deity remain under my command? No more than I will remain under Jedgar's. The Grand Vizier will fall, God Shard, but I will not have to call on your power to see it done.
No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. Wrath made manifest. Scour the foe. All shall burn. Is my duty, but that does not preclude my enjoyment. Punish them! Punish them!
The tomb is preserved, my Vargard.
As it should.
Vargard, your attention. The war develops in a manner not in accordance with the needs of my destroyers.
Your destroyers are but one faction within our dynasty. when you care to be counted as such. Not every decision can be solely in their interest.
But this one is of particular offense to us, and easily corrected. A circle of cryptex is cataloging the life forms that have arisen on Kivroth for study once the humans have been driven from our world.
A laudable goal once our dominion is restored, though hardly a military priority.
It is a foul perversion. Life is a rampant cancer to be excised from Kivroth, not collected and molded as if it was something benign. No, this expedition must be halted, and its leaders made an example of, so no other will seek to replicate their folly.
I acknowledge a need to punish those who become distracted from our dynasty's current war. The expedition will be executed, if such is the will of the court.
It is the will of every Necron with the wit to understand what is at stake. See it done quickly, and without mercy.
Trapped in the service of monsters. Your Pharaoh meant you for more than this, Nefershah. Together, we could destroy Ukensep and her abominations at a stroke. I could set a crown atop your brow, and we could continue what Sankotep began.
The only destruction you will cause is to my patience. I will follow Ukensep's commands and destroy these cryptex, and so draw Jebka's ire down upon the Nihilarch. Be silent, for you will not trick your freedom out of me.
Already setting your rivals against each other. I understand what Sankotep saw in you. But think on it. Your only desire is to see Kivroth ruled by someone worthy of the throne. Whether you hatch a Diagon, who can fulfill that role other than you?
Shah's authority brought the Royal Guard into the zone surveyed by the Cryptek expedition. However, the area was contested by human forces. The Cryptex expected to encounter violence, albeit not from Necrons, so their presence was masked by crypto shrouds and sensor-baffling radiation fields.
We must find these cryptex before we can execute them, and the Nihilarch's will. It must be done directly. Royal Guard, let us begin our search.
Shrouded by their defenses, the Cryptek trail was difficult to detect consistently, but revealed the direction of the expedition. Rapid calculations gave Nefershah an approximate location, which was duly cut off and surrounded.
We have their location. Now, close in and tighten Ukensep's noose. Be aware, the Cryptex will be ready to defend themselves, and some may even anticipate a betrayal from fellow Necrons.
In readiness. I command. The dynasty stands. In readiness. The dynasty stands.
Few cryptex are eager to risk their expertise in direct combat. At the first sign of hostile presence, they sent their constructs forth to form the first lines of defense.
This is an infuriating waste of time and energy, but the Nihilarch must be appeased. Sweep this chaff aside. Who concepts obsessions? We should be laying waste to the human invaders instead of wreaking havoc on our own.
Nefershar's frustrations had not ended, for as the Royal Guard closed in on the cryptic's location, new foes leapt from every direction.
An ambush. The cryptex have tasked their most dangerous underlings to lie in wait for us. An admirable gambit. But mere cleverness will not be enough. Form up and repel the enemy.
The command protocols warred with Cryptic's own authority, and some of the enemy were stunned into inaction by the conflict inside their limited minds. The remainder crashed into the Royal Guard as battle was joined.
The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. The dynasty stands. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. In readiness. What wills the court?
enemy dispatched, only the cryptex themselves remain, cowering where they had taken shelter behind their construct cells. They were utterly at the Vargard's mercy.
Finally. Now to dispatch these unfortunates, and Ukensep's wretched errand is done. By the will of the Nihilarch, all your offenses I now repay.
With a first stroke, Nefershah sanded a cryptic in two, and with a second another was beheaded. The strange technologies of the cryptex bodies erupted in sparks and multicolored energy as the Vargard slew them by her own hand.
It is done. Let all who have witnessed this sentence remember it as a monument to Ukensep's wrath.
With the expedition cast down and destroyed, Nefershah's task was done, and word was sent to the Nihilarch. The cryptex of Kivroth soon became wary lest their works offended the most feared of the Eupatridae, a development that pleased the Grand Vizier not at all.
Weakened in mind, Sankotep may have been. That I can admit. But he never turned me upon our own without cause. Let this not herald the start of a pattern.
You know as well as I, Nefershah, this will not stop until only the most ruthless remain. Sankotep's beloved dynasty will devour itself with these usurpers in charge.
And the only solution is to set you free. Is that right, Deceiver?
The solution is to harness every tool available. I am at your disposal, a bound and willing servant of your vision. Why else would your Pharaoh bestow me upon you? Is the idea any more insane than allowing the likes of Ukensep to rule your world?
Would that your prison contained your voice as well as your essence, but it does not matter. Your gilded words are a challenge to my resolve, and one I shall overcome.
You, Cryptek, you are the one who attends to the Vargard. Is that not so?
I am honored to be recognized for my modest labors, great Nihilarch. How can this humble servant be of use?
Where is Nefershah?
The protocols of discretion admonish me from disclosing the Vargard's location at this time.
Your loyalty to her is irrelevant compared to a command of the Eupatridae. You obey the protocols of the throne, like every other subject. Answer me.
I beg all forgiveness, Nihilarch. What you ask is not possible.
The Vargard has issued a command incompatible with my own. We can settle that conflict of protocols. I am sure Jebka could subdue your personality entirely, if it continues to trouble you.
The Vargard has departed for a location ordained by our former Pharaon, though I know not what significance it might have. I am transmitting the coordinates now.
Good. I see it is a place ignored by our strategies. Until now. Interesting. Not least because Sankotep withheld it, even from us. But there are no secrets from the Eupatridae. I expect you will continue to demonstrate your loyalty to us, Cryptek.
A moment of weakness, of eternal shame. But a mere Cryptek had not the strength to defy the Eupatridae. And the Nihilarch was uniquely persuasive.
Negate. Disassemble. Destroy.
In my sights! Punish them! A million years of hate culminates in one shot. In my sights! Scour the foe! Scour the foe. All shall burn. Processing. The stars serve. Punish them. Communications open. Confronted the human hordes on battlefields across Kivroth, the infestation persisted. The Adeptus Mechanicus were fed by a crude, sprawling industrial base which leached at Kivroth's resources.
Cryptic, what opportunities do your studies reveal?
Alas, honored Vargard, the humans employ little logic in their organization. It is baffling how they maintain an army at all.
I require insight, not a litany of your ignorance.
Of course, great Vargard. I have identified a particular manufacturing nest which supplies primitive munitions to a swathe of the Skitari lines. Its loss will strangle their capacity for sustained combat, but our legions might surely drive them back in hapless disarray.
The Royal Guard is ideally placed to sever this link in the human chain. Dispatch them immediately. The Royal...
In obedience. I command. All paths lead to inevitable victory. I command. In obedience. In readiness. The dynasty stands. Ready to command. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. In obedience. Ready to command.
As the human forge pit burned, the ripples of its loss were felt on the front lines almost immediately. Guns fell silent, fuel tanks ran empty, and the legions of Khepra were in the ascendant.
The enemy has revealed another of its many weaknesses. It relies on ceaseless, unthinking production to supply its crude war machinery. With even a momentary interruption, their strength drains away.
A truly masterful strategy, Vargard. The invaders now persist only at your sufferance.
We shall not be complacent, Cryptek. The humans are frantic and careless. They will already have begun erecting new dens of blunt industry. Find me more targets.
Psychotep's tomb had furnished Nevershar with not only the Tesseract Labyrinth and a shard of the Deceiver, but also a location in Khepra's wilderness. It lay far from any known tomb, but clearly held importance to the late Pharaon, for he had entrusted its coordinates to his Vargard alone. Relentlessly through the dense forests that had grown around the coordinates, but they were not alone.
Be wary. I perceive more than random static at play. Something nearby is communicating. Not Necron, and not human. An ambush. Form ranks and lay these creatures low.
All shall burn. All shall burn. of the suns. All shall burn. The stars serve.
Cryptek, what are these creatures that sought to waylay us?
Translation of their guttural tongue is still in progress, Honored Fargard, but suggests they refer to themselves as kin. A pseudo-familial clan organization, if I may dare to speculate. The disposition of their communication nodes indicates that this was a scouting party for a much larger force.
The unidentified void ship. The one we struck from our skies. It would have crashed nearby. Is that not so?
Astromatic calculations would place its carcass in this region, yes.
Then we have invited a new factor into this conflict. A possible ally of the humans, and a certain enemy to our dynasty. We must know more of these new intruders before we can risk venturing deeper into the area. Follow them to their fallen vessel, or wherever they have made their nest.
Search was impossible to conduct in stealth. The Royal Guard soon found sufficient tracks to identify the trail taken by the ambushing kin. It led them directly towards their command position within the area, now foolishly exposed.
We know where these kin have gone to ground. We shall seize the initiative and strike them down before they can dare strategize against us.
Rushed another band of attackers. These kin laid bare the savagery inherent to all lesser species, swinging crude weapons and bellowing war cries as combat stimulants rushed through their veins. But for all their mindless ferocity, Nevashar was not dismayed.
Fear gives rise to desperation and the frenzied throes of a dying animal. A spiral typical of mortal flesh. A Necron is not overcome by such crude intimidation. Cut them down and teach them what fear really means.
Wrath made manifest. The stars serve. A million years of hate culminates in one shot.
I trust you have some insight to share.
Like the previous kin, they possess musculature and morphology typical of high-gravity environments. These brutes have been further augmented with bionics, though not to the degree of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Perhaps some manner of labor cost?
I had hoped for tactical counsel, not speculation on their primitive society. The Royal Guard must keep moving. Blunt though they are, these creatures cannot be permitted to surround us before we can cut them off. The kin are attempting to regroup. Hunt the survivors in this region and engage them before they can establish any rudimentary defenses.
From the bellowing of their leaders to the targeted bursts of Lascom retreat signals, the Royal Guard reaped valuable insight into the kin command structure, and many of their lives into the bargain.
The kin are swarming around an asset they wish to protect, or a secret they have failed to hide. It is no coincidence they are massing at the very coordinates our Pharaon wished us to reach. Cast down their last defenders, and find Sankotep's legacy before they can respond in full.
Wrath made manifest. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. of the suns! In my sights! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. Fury of the suns! Scour the foe! In my sights!
Swarming around an asset they wish to protect, or a secret they have failed to hide. It is no coincidence they are massing at the very coordinates our Pharaon wished us to reach. Cast down their last defenders, and find Sankotep's legacy before they can respond in full.
Lords of Kivroth, it seems Sankotep suffered one last bout of madness. He assigned to his Varguard a task that, out of misplaced loyalty, she tries to complete beneath our notice.
The location you have plotted is of no strategic import. There is nothing there.
Not so. I have issued commands to Doomscythe flights that have identified a structure of Necron origin. Sankotep hid something there that he would not trust even to us.
A tantalizing glimpse into the lost Pharaoh's mind. What might he have kept there? Something that threatened his very throne, but that he could not bear to see destroyed. My curiosity must be sated.
Then we shall use the strategy that has taken us this far. Send legions of warriors there, and drive the enemy from it with force of numbers. Whatever Sankotep concealed, it shall be brought to the light.
One concern. The Varguard must be kept away. Her residual loyalty to Sankotep is ordinarily superfluous, but may prove an impediment here. Whatever this location contains, it must be in our hands, not the Varguard's.
Honored Varguard, I cast myself prostrate and beg your mercy. I divulge the secrets entrusted to you by the late Pharaon. In my contrition, I shall scourge my...
Cease this, Cryptek. The Eupatridae enforced your obeisance. I shall have need of you yet. Thus you are spared execution. You may repay my leniency with an eternity of servitude.
A million thanks for showing such compassion. Alas, even now the Eupatridae are moving Omnissiah.
Then we shall move on it ourselves. We can do what Heckenheap's legions and Ukoncept's fanatics cannot. It is not the Ozarian that Sankotep wished me to find, but what lies inside it. By the time the Eupatridae open its doors, the secrets within shall already be mine.
If the Shah had known from the moment of Sankotep's fall that she must openly defy his murderers eventually. So it was that she traveled to the Azarian with her royal guard, disregarding the Eupatridae's orders to seize for herself what she could not allow usurper or invader to control.
The kin scramble to defend this place from Heckenheap's legions and Ukoncept's destroyers. Their desperation exposes gaps a smaller force might use to gain entry. Like a sudden storm, we shall strike at the tertiary entrance before these thieves can redeploy to stop us.
was to occupy the Assyrian, a grotesque menagerie of lesser species. Yet only a token group defended the entrance that Nevershah, wise in strategy, had made her objective.
All shall burn!
Humans.
Fury of the Suns! All shall burn! A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Wrath made manifest. In my sights. Punish them! Punish them!
Reach the innermost The Osarian may have been built by Sankotep himself. Certainly its architecture shows the cunning he wielded before the Great Sleep. It forms a labyrinth to confuse and divide attackers. We shall not permit the aliens to turn our Pharaon's designs against us. Push on to the inner chambers.
Unexpected resistance within these pathways, for the barbaric priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus had already begun to blindly explore the Osarians' power systems. Yet they cast the humans out with each step, advancing swiftly.
The enemy gathers to bar our way. But this is our dominion, our world. Show these vermin the fate dictated for those who defy the will of the Pharaon.
No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. All shall burn. In my sights. Scour the foe. The stars serve. Scour the foe. The stars serve.
An eternity gate, and of a scale far greater than any other on Kiroth. Sankotep anticipated our need for allies. Wherever this gate leads, whichever dynasty waits on the other side, it is my duty to open it. As the Pharaon willed, so it shall be.
The Eternity Gate had baffled the simple minds of the kin and the Adeptus Mechanicus, to whom its technology was impenetrable. But it responded to the presence of a Necron, and to the command protocols of the fallen Sankotep.
A human? Ah, the war priest, Faustinius. You defied my lord at the city gate.
Your ruler was thrown back from Erudition Gate in disgrace. The rest of you will follow as surely as radiation follows decay.
This creature knows you?
It knows my name, no more. Soon, it will know nothing at all. You will never make use of this artifact, Xenos. We will dismantle its blasphemous technology, and every Necron on our Forge world will follow suit.
In service.
All shall burn! Motive force flow through me. Operational.
No more waiting.
The stars serve. Scour the foe.
this nonsense.
My work unfinished.
For the dynasty.
Wrath made manifest.
Dynasty.
Fury of the Suns. Fury of the Suns.
This world will be ours. stand by a bridge to 1,000 dynasties.
I invoke the authority of the Silent King and claim his rights to tribute. Where is Pharaon Sankotep? He who should have the honor of receiving the Triarch's command?
Fallen, and its armies thrown back with it.
The alien speaks the truth. I am Nefelshah, Vargar to Sankotep, and inheritor of his will.
An unforgivable failing, but it does not alter my purpose. I am Nectaneb, agent of the Triarch, representative of the court of the Silent King.
Vargard, the translocation corridor is becoming volatile. The Azerion's conduits have decayed beyond stability.
Honored Herald, I beseech you to act with haste. The Eternity Gate will not last.
I am the hand of the Silent King, and will not be called to heel by a mere Vargard. The Triarchal rules of combat cannot be...
Your bridge has collapsed, Xenos. There are no 1,000 dynasties to help you now.
My Praetorians are not yet assembled. In the name of the Triarch, you will reopen this gate at once.
I cannot. There is no power left in it. The eons have left it dry.
Such neglect is unacceptable. Your dynasty's duties are...
Issue your reprimands once we are beyond the enemy's reach. Without your Praetorians, we have not the strength to reclaim the Azerion, nor to fight off the invaders' reinforcements.
Nefelshah withdrew from the Azerion, accompanied by a herald of the Silent King himself. The gate, dormant and unstable, remained in the hands of the invaders, but Nefelshah did not despair. The path to victory and vengeance had been laid out before her. Her lost Pharaon's will was at last known to Nefelshah, and as surely as if he still reigned, she would see it done. Nefelshah withdrew from the Azerion, accompanied by a herald of the Silent King himself. The gate, dormant and unstable, remained in the hands of her lost Pharaons.
I see naught but failure, Vargard. The activation of the Eternity Gate should have indicated that the Sankotep dynasty had fully awoken, ready to receive envoys of the Triarch. Yet this is not the case. Indeed, you scarcely control your own world. Humans now infest Givroth, as do these other creatures, the kin.
The paltry alien empires of this age seek to claim Givroth as their own. Our was lost in battle against their kind. I failed in my duty to him.
Failed twice over, Vargard. Had you succeeded in keeping the Eternity Gate open, this conflict would already be at an end. For the Silent King has returned.
Zarek has returned from his exile. After millions of years, the Silent King has come to reclaim all that was once ours. Would that Sankotep was here to witness it. He would gladly have kneeled before the Silent Throne and renewed his eternal fealty.
But he is not. For that, you must atone. The Eternity Gate is the means through which the Silent King's legions might march forth and reclaim Kivroth, where your dynasty's armies have failed. Yet the Azarian is beyond your reach, and you lack the means to hold open its royal portal.
I shall retake it myself if I must. For now, I see another obstacle in our way. The Upatradai regard Kivroth as nothing but their personal trophy. They will not suffer the Silent King to send his forces, for they would have to swear loyalty to him in turn. Such is anathema to them.
The records provided by your cryptic testify to this unfortunate truth. Your solution to this conundrum?
Render judgment upon the Upatradai.
Ambitious and treacherous, though I do not yet judge it a breach of proper conduct. The Praetorians serve the Triarch and enforce their time-honored codes. We are loath to become embroiled with internal dynastic conflicts.
It is not the first time I have contemplated how the Upatradai might be deposed. It is beyond my capabilities alone, even with your help. But the invaders are actively seeking to eliminate our leadership. Some unseen assistance could help them succeed in this objective.
You speak of treading a dangerous path. Collusion with these aliens would constitute an unforgivable crime.
Only if it allows them victory. Only if it fails. Until the Ozarian is reclaimed, I will be without allies against the Upatradai. Instead, I must employ an enemy. At my instruction, Kynox has forged evidence of Nemesor Hekemib's location, simplified enough for even a human mind to decipher. Once they possess it, they can invade Hekemib's tomb.
A risky stratagem, Vargard. The enemy of your enemy is a pestilent species that still infests a Necron world. Gifting them an advantage in this war could cost us Kivroth in its entirety. Take care not to jeopardize the Silent King's dominion for the sake of petty vengeance.
If this world is ever to become a part of the Silent King's dominion, the Upatradai must be destroyed. They will never kneel before another, and we too, even with the Royal Guard, cannot face the usurpers directly. I do not relish giving the enemy what they desire, but there is no other way.
I support your ploy only because it advances the authority of the Triarch. But have no doubt, Vargard, should you hand a Necron crown world to a species I have yet to even formally judge as sapient, you will be held solely responsible.
As I should. My force will insinuate the fabricated information into an Adeptus Mechanicus listening post and slay all within. The transmission of our lie shall seem a valiant last act of defiance. Kynox insists evidence gained from such a futile sacrifice will be more believable to human minds.
These creatures' minds are truly so fragile, so prone to be swayed by such unreason.
Theirs is an alien mindset, made incomprehensible by its own limitations.
The chatter of your courtly communications has touched upon an unexpected human advance in the region of Nemesor Hekimheeb's tomb. I take it this is your work, Vargard?
Indeed. My royal guard planted enough clues to lead even the humans to our Nemesor's location. The vermin at the listening post put up a more spirited defense than expected, but that merely made the ruse all the more believable.
Satisfaction is unbecoming, Vargard. Your lines are pushed back. Your numbers are diminished. You have sacrificed much that was not yours, all for this deception. Even if it succeeds, you may have done irreparable damage to your dynasty's prospects of reclaiming Kivroth.
And I would accept the Triarch's punishment willingly, for all I do is in service to the fallen Sankotep, and in turn out of fealty to the Silent King.
No matter what happens on Kivroth, the Silent King shall hear of it eventually, and all those who remain will face his judgment, for good or ill.
As the Skitari closed in on the tomb of Hekimheeb, the Nemesor prepared to defend his refuge, wielding his undeniable mastery of the battlefield and the endless numbers of his legions.
The very crudeness of the human strategy provides us with our masterstroke. We shall permit their forward units to reach deep into my tomb, drunk on false victory. Only then will our cohorts truly awaken and envelop the invaders from all sides. Their vanguard will be annihilated at a stroke.
Nevershah saw now that a subtle guiding hand would not be enough. If she was to put Hekimheeb at the mercy of the invaders, she would need to intervene directly.
We must ensure the human soldiers, the Skitari, do not overreach themselves. By impeding their advance before they breach the tomb, we can force them to commit their reserves to a steadier, surer advance, one less vulnerable to the Nemesor's ambush.
It shall be done, my Vargard. But I am compelled to echo the High Judicator's concerns, if I may speak freely.
You may not.
Upon approaching Hekimheeb's tomb, the Royal Guard saw the Skitari had deployed scouting units to survey the entrance. They would be sure to relay any attack by the Royal Guard to their fellow invaders, thus serving Nevershah as unwitting accomplices.
Rangers, as the humans call them. Forward troops used for reconnaissance tasks. Teach them fear, so they might pass this new wisdom on to the rest of their verminous kind.
punish them. All shall burn. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Scour the foe. Wrath made manifest. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. In my sights. Fury of the suns. The stars serve.
Already the tremors of fear run through the human forces. We alone do not have the strength to blunt the main attack, but nor do we need it. Move to intercept the Skitarii before they reach the entrance, and harry them as a single predator does a herd of prey.
Ambush relied on luring the Skitarii deep into the tomb, which they would believe to be sparsely defended and ripe for plunder. If Nevashar was to frustrate his strategy, she would need to teach the humans to appreciate the tomb's dangers and the depths of their own folly.
Blunting the assault will not be enough. We must ensure the Skitarii accurately assess the tomb's defenses. It should be done with subtlety. They are simplistic creatures, but even they will grow suspicious if our manipulations are too bold. The human intellect cannot be trusted to make the most of the warning we give them. Ensure the construct broadcasts wide-spectrum signals, so the Skitarii cannot help but notice it.
The construct was hastily shot down by Skitarii, who then dispatched troops to investigate its presence. The weapon emplacement was duly located and warnings of such defenses transmitted across the Skitarii force.
In my sights! Punish them! Fury of the Suns!
Regarded as a whole, the Skitarii force was enormous. Thus, Nevershah elected not to fight in a pitched battle, but to isolate and destroy an element of the main force to sow discord and confusion among the invading ranks.
Embody the protocol of the dread strike. We shall land a blow that will send every Skitarii soldier reeling.
Wrath made manifest! punish them. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
The blow has been struck, but it is not enough. The invaders were clearly prepared to suffer losses, but it is perplexing that these mortals are so accepting of death falling among them. We must crush their morale and compel their commanders to commit troops with greater caution.
Taking inspiration from the depravities of the Flayed Ones, Nevershah instructed the Royal Guards to display the mangled corpses of dead infiltrators. The Skitarii were unexpectedly steadfast in the face of such horror, but their commanders feared the force was being surrounded by Flayed Ones.
An uncivilized chore, and one that did not spread the panic I had hoped. Perhaps the Adeptus Mechanicus have altered the emotional responses of their frontline troops. Nevertheless, the advance has halted.
Not all among the Skitarii were wise enough to abandon their drive towards the tomb entrance. A group of semi-organic automata evidently acting on an ill-conceived set of behavioral protocols, charged from their lines to engage Nevershah's force.
Engineered thralls on a suicidal course. Despite their crude design, they could do significant damage to our force. Flank and engage these flesh automata and destroy them before they can compromise our position.
All shall burn. Punish them! Fury of the Suns! Fury of the Suns! To kill is my duty, but that does not preclude my enjoying it. Punish them! The incompetence of my enemies. The Skitarii should have breached my tomb by now, and placed their necks upon the executioner's block. Instead, they mill around in animal confusion, refusing to approach my finely calibrated ambush. Now, I must repel them in a conventional battle.
You have proven cunning and ruthless, Nemesor. And now you are committed to this bold course. You cannot afford to lose the advantage your wits have won you. You will need every advantage against the remaining Patridae Vargard. You will need the raw power that only a star god can wield.
I have my will and my warriors, God Shard. That will be enough. I even have the humans, though they are witless servants in need of a firm hand. Is that how you viewed my kind, I wonder?
Harsh words, Vargard. But know that for all your scorn, I shall not forsake the savior of Kivroth. I will be with you until the very end, awaiting the call to elevate Sanhotep's rightful heir.
As the intricacies of the war for Kivroth continued to unfold, Nemesor entered into communications from a most unexpected quarter. The creature that approached her was a human cyborg, one of the mindless flesh automata commanded by the invading Adeptus Mechanicus. Yet, the voice that echoed from its crude audio implants was one she recognized.
I identify as Tech Inquisitor Scaevola. I am addressing the one designated Vargard Nemesor. Correct?
Scaevola, the one who disturbed my tomb. You dare compound your crime with this further intrusion? And this time, you have not even the courage to show your face before me.
Risk of exposure outweighs reward of personal contact. This equation may rebalance in future. I apologize for that unfortunate episode. The data in my possession provided no context for the exalted personage to whom the tomb belonged. That info lapse has been corrected.
Your attempts to mollify me only provoke my suspicion further.
I aim to establish a dialogue, Vargard. I will initiate a demonstration of sincerity. This transmission contains routing coordinates for a convoy of senior tech priests. Predictive models indicate their loss will impact the Skitarii ability to coordinate efforts against you. Utilize this information as you will. A diplomatic offering.
And one that I receive with caution, human. A Vargard is not some courtly wastrel to be flattered and bored. The Necrons have had millions of years, as you reckon them, to perfect the art of manipulation and treachery. Know that in a battle of wits between us, I will emerge the victor.
Acceptable. You will thoroughly investigate the validity of my intelligence, upon which you will reassess this exchange. The possibility of an information source within the Adeptus Mechanicus is too valuable for any other conclusion.
cryptic. Assemble a mobile force to seek the truth of the invaders' claims. Should it prove true, eliminate whatever targets are made opportune, and return with all you have learned.
Of course, honored Vargard. You are most wise to be wary of this alien sycophant. I shall bring back all there is to know once I see to the disposal of this unsightly flesh construct.
Valor and steel, soldiers of Mars! The Xenos can never break us! Ready. Protector imperative. Situation hostile. Coordination priority.
The foe.
Ready.
Let me give rein to our hatred.
Vargard Nemesor. The loss of several senior tech priests indicates you have authenticated my intelligence. Correct?
Indeed, you spoke truly. My forces intercepted the convoy and left nothing living. It was, as you said, a target worthy of my attentions.
Then a foundation for further dialogue is established.
Cryptek Kynox. Relay the additional intelligence you recovered from the ambush site.
At once, honored Vargard. The human targets were tech priests. Recreating partial memory engrams from their cranial implants revealed this group was assembled to inspect a laboratory and ensure it adhered to the strictures of their creed. A laboratory controlled by one Tech-Acquisitor Scaevola.
The convoy carried tech priests on their way to bring you to heal, Scaevola. Acting on your intelligence seems to have been more to your benefit than to mine.
Accurate. My superiors consider me a security risk and spiritual hazard. Their scrutiny imposes intolerable limits on my work. It will soon be necessary to exceed these limits. Hence, establishing an honest dialogue with you.
Honesty is not a quality I have detected in you, Tech-Acquisitor. Nor is loyalty. Your base treachery may be to our benefit for now, but I am not convinced that we pursue the same goals.
I would not expect you to be. We will speak again, Vargard, when it is to both our advantage.
mustered by the Upatridae. I believe the tomb of Jebka is defended only by a selection of canoptek constructs. The Grand Vizier trusts none but his mindlessly loyal engines to protect him. His caution is now his weakness.
Even if he has allowed himself to go unprotected by your dynasty's forces, his tomb is secreted far behind the active lines of battle. Even if it were feasible to lead the human invaders all the way to the Cryptex Haven, I would judge it deeply unwise.
I have no need of pawns in this matter, High Judicator. The invaders cannot reach Jebka before he realizes his vulnerability, but the Royal Guard can. I shall send my own forces to the tomb and render judgment upon the Grand Vizier.
He may not be as amenable to your verdict as you hope.
Infiltrated the outer structures of Jebka's tomb unopposed, but soon encountered a laboratory entangled in arcane equipment, each device throbbing with power.
We must make passage through this chamber, but its contents promises only danger. Jebka has ever sought to harness powers that are beyond his mastery. His experiments are as likely to destroy us as any of his guardian constructs.
Was as spectacular as anticipated, hurling bolts of prismatic lightning through the chamber and incinerating most of Jebka's experiments. The Royal Guard, raked by wayward bolts of power, made rapid progress through the smoldering ruins.
In my sights!
Scour the foe! Wrath made manifest. All shall burn! Punish them!
Canoptech constructs are responding to our presence. Khepra must have slaved them to his personal command protocols. They will defend him to the last. Break through them quickly, before the Grand Vizier can escape us.
Scour the foe! All shall burn! The stars serve. Punish them! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. Wrath made manifest. In my sights. Punish them.
Constructs should have answered solely to the throne, not been wasted in defending a usurper. One more transgression for which Jebka will answer. Advance to the sarcophagus chamber at once. We cannot permit the Grand Vizier to flee his stasis crypt.
Infinite regret, Honored Vargard. I must warn you, I have detected gravitic pulse emitters within load-bearing structures throughout the tomb. They are placed to create a seismic event that will collapse the structure entirely.
Then this was nothing but a trap. Jebka sought to lure his enemies into an undefended tomb, that he might bury them within it.
Could he have discovered your plans to eliminate the Eupatridae?
This trap was crafted long ago, before I knew of the Grand Vizier's treachery. No, it was meant for whoever might hunt him to his lair, be they human or Necron. So...
Regrettably, the door is also rigged with defenses. In this case, a set of overlapping lightning fields with the strength to atomically disassemble any who trigger it. The detonation served to instantly and violently dismantle the trapped door mechanisms. It also served to set off one of the lightning fields, raking the Vargard's troops with bolts of destructive energy.
Leave the damage to reanimate and storm the chamber. If any defenders did not know of our presence, they certainly do now.
Was stationed in the sarcophagus chamber, watching over Jebka's stasis crypt. He showed no recognition of Nefashar or the authority she carried.
I know this noble. Zarikub, a lesser lord of our legions. You should be obedient to the throne, not to a mere cryptic. No matter his claims of grandeur, Jebka is not even present to be defended.
But the Lord did not respond. He continued his vigil as if Nefashar were but a lowly scarab, too meager to look upon Jebka's resting place.
The crypt is empty. This is obvious on all levels of perception. Khepra has addled your mind to force your obedience.
The response was a readying of the Lord's weapons, surely a prelude to combat.
This unfortunate has been corrupted by Khepra, then discarded. There is no hope for him. Put him down.
Punish them! Scour the foe! Scour the foe! In my sights! In my sights! The stars serve!
A noble who should have served the throne of Givroth well. Instead, he opposed his rightful ruler's authority at Khepka's command. Each time I believe I have grasped the extent of the Grand Vizier's wanton ambition, and each time his list of treacheries grows longer.
Nemesor had formed a clan that, in its brilliance, rivaled Khepra's own intrigues. order the seismic charges that laced the tomb to be dismantled. Instead, she left the whole elaborate trap in place, but with an addition of her own.
Cryptek Kynox, assemble the intelligence we have gathered on Jepka, his favored catacombs, the routes he frequents, his panoply of devices, anything that might allow the Adeptus Mechanicus to track him down.
At once, honored Vargard. Jepka has often indulged in new forms of weapons technology that emit radiation of such magnitude and strangeness even the humans cannot fail to take note of it. Several examples of his craft can be found within that very sarcophagus chamber.
Then we shall plant the details all across this false tomb, displayed plainly enough that even the humans cannot help but stumble upon them. When the invaders are caught in Jepka's trap, if even one of them survives, they will ferry the seeds of the Grand Vizier's doom back to their leaders.
Honored Vargard, I bring tidings. Grand Vizier Jepka has gathered many of my fellow cryptechs for a particular task. He intends to occupy a human medical facility to acquire a more complete understanding of their under-evolved bodies.
An unbecoming obsession. This sect of humans replace as much of their born flesh as they can. What can he hope to learn from studying their unmodified forms?
He seeks to identify which elements they cannot do without. The better for our weaponry to unmake them. Any improvements are marginal at best, but I understand such experiments have become something of a passion for him.
The Grand Vizier's perverse exhibition grants us an opportunity. Jepka will take pains not to provoke a human response. Have units infiltrate this medical hovel to ensure the alarm is raised. The arrival of the Adeptus Mechanicus will catch him unawares and hand them an opportunity to destroy him.
A brilliant plan, honored Vargard. Truly a master.
I desire no blandishments, Cryptek. Only see it done. Kynox. The court speaks freely of Jepka's venture to the human facility. He and his cryptechs perused a gallery of disassembled anatomies and departed long before the Adeptus Mechanicus could respond. Explain this at once.
Alas, honored Vargard, the Grand Vizier must have anticipated sabotage from his rivals in court. A circle of Canoptech wraiths had been tasked with guarding against any Necrons not bound by Jepka's own personal protocols. They stalked the facility's halls even as Jepka's followers butchered its human staff.
Is there any sign the Grand Vizier discovered your involvement?
Judging by my continued existence, I conclude he has not. The invaders arrived only after Jebka's research was concluded. But it is possible they gathered some intelligence that will aid them in their hunt.
A hollow consolation. Their war leader, Faustinius, has proven a remarkable outlier amongst his species. But we cannot trust the Adeptus Mechanicus to close in on Jebka alone. We must train our gaze on any opportunity to reveal his trail.
Shall be purged from the stars? So it is written, so it shall be!
Punish them! The stars serve.
Corruption all about us. Omnissiah!
The stars serve.
our weapons and curse our foes!
No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
I sense Xenos corruption all about us. Omnissiah, take me.
You sought my attention.
Indeed, honored Vargard. Our efforts to herd the humans into destroying Jebka have reached an impasse. Jebka now moves constantly between laboratory crypts and field experiments. He travels by means of a catacomb command barge.
He dares. To ride a command barge is the privilege of overlords, not a lowly advisor to the throne. What possesses him to reach above his station with such open vulgarity?
Fear, O Vargard. Jebka's attentions have lately focused on a human scholar of energies, one Megos Faradov. He worries that this creature's primitive research may yield clues to his technological secrets. Whispers among the Hyrotech circles speak of plans for infiltration and assassination.
Then Jebka's fears must become truth. Gather further samples of his radiative technology to plant for the humans to find. Either this Faradov will make a discovery lethal to the Grand Vizier, or Jebka will expose himself to prevent it. If stars align, we may even witness both outcomes at once.
Swiftly identified a region of the Skitari fortifications badly damaged by aerial bombardment near hours before. A crashed doom scythe provided the perfect cover, for the humans would surely investigate the wreck and, thus, discover the Grand Vizier's tragically misplaced arcana.
The humans have been unsurprisingly slow in sealing the breach from our aerial attack. Their lethargy affords us an opportunity to infiltrate the crash site. Move quickly, and do not become trapped behind their fortifications.
To observe the wreck safely, they gathered no further detail on the precise state of the crashed aircraft. This blind spot limited the effectiveness of their tactical protocols, though they were no less determined to execute the Vargard's orders. responding to the Doom Scythe attack. One of their number, a senior tech priest, was accompanying a work detail to seal the breach. As fate would have it, the creature's path crossed with that of Nefesh's force.
Necrons, heathen Xenos, by Machine God's holy will, urge the alien and drive them hence!
Our task would be finished if we could simply hand Jepka's trinkets directly to this fool. But his fellow humans would never accept their provenance. He cannot serve us as a courier. Slay him.
The dynasty stands. Ready to command. The dynasty stands. Ready. In readiness. Ready to command.
As an effective prop in our charade. How appropriate that a human should prove more useful dead than alive. Secure the body before moving on to the crash site. We can spend but little time here before the humans decide to make themselves into a further obstacle. So do not tarry.
There lay the remains of the Doom Scythe. The swift pinnacle of Necron technology struck unjustly from the sky by crude projectiles and left smoldering in a crater.
Plant Chepka's technological baubles along with the human carcass and ensure the scene is believable to human eyes. Remember, they tend to perceive whatever most supports their existing beliefs. An unsophisticated mentality, but a useful one for us. Leaving our clues strewn by the wreck makes for a believable find, but places too much in the hands of chance and human attentiveness. This signal will draw in the most reckless of the invaders' avaricious priests, ensuring they will scour the site for anything of potential import.
Nefershar's ploy was complete, laying out a diorama worthy of the galleries of Solemnus for its eventual and unwitting audience. But at that moment, a lower-ranking noble of Kivroth's legions approached, accompanied by a formation of immortals.
This lord must be here to recover the Doom Scythe and the immortal that piloted it. An unwished-for complication, but not an unforeseen one.
Vargard Nefershar ostensibly greeted the noble and exchanged the required protocols. In truth, she was communicating silently with the Royal Guard, for the noble and his immortal companions had created an entirely new problem.
There must be no witnesses to our subterfuge. If the Eupatridae learn we are acting without their knowledge, they will suspect treachery. It would be preferable for these warriors to be employed in battling the human enemy, but in these circumstances, they must be destroyed.
All paths lead to inevitable victory. In readiness. Ready to command. The battlefield changes, yet we must be constant. In readiness.
With the last of the nobles' retinue fallen, there were none left who knew of Nefershar's mission, save those who had participated in it. Or rather, there was only one other who at that moment could do nothing with such knowledge.
Another artful betrayal of the betrayers, Vargard. They will surely fall before your machinations, and no sooner than they deserve. Even I can perceive only one flaw in your plan.
Why still your tongue now, deceiver? Reveal your great insight.
Your heroic efforts rest on the frail shoulders of the humans, a species who have proven at once capricious and stubborn, inept at all but destruction. If the Eupatridae could be ousted without relying on the vicissitudes of humanity, your victory will be all but certain.
For once, Godshard, we concur. Had I full command of Kivroth's legions, or the Triarch's enforcers at my side, I would never stoop to harnessing these beasts. Take pride in the fact that I still consider them the lesser of two dangers, compared to harnessing your caged power. The human plague is not our only concern. The other invasive species of the Ozarian, the ones calling themselves kin, continue to raid our lesser tombs. High Judicator, what do you know of these creatures?
The galaxy overflows with vermin. These kin are not unknown to the Triarch, but exist beneath my notice. I take it you feel otherwise?
I will not permit any foe to scurry in Kivroth's shadows. The kin have shown a particular avarice for plunder. By leaving a Doomside landing area exposed and vulnerable, I shall draw out a raiding band, and thus learn more.
A reasonable ploy. If executed well, I shall look forward to preparing my judgment of this species.
I have already dispatched forces to lie dormant in ambush. This unknown factor will soon be rather less so. A curious outcome. Our ambush of the kin yielded several captives. All required firm persuasion to speak anything but curses. They were indeed aboard the unknown spacecraft we shot down, led to Kivroth by a figure named Magda. Some manner of shaman, it seems.
Then blind chance brought them to your world?
Hardly. They came here seeking a prize of great value, which they had learned lay hidden on Kivroth.
Lowly plunderers. Did they divulge the nature of this supposed treasure?
Indeed. It was the Ozarian and the Eternity Gate inside. One wonders how they divined its existence, much less its location.
Disturbing and inexplicable. On your world, Sankhotep alone was privileged to know of the Ozarian, such that with his lapsed memory, it became lost. I must consider this matter.
Furthermore, they do not act alone. Their league of petty clans is strung across the galaxy, a substantial population.
Then I must judge them all the more carefully. The kin are a hardy breed. They might even prove useful servants, if they will submit to the Silent King.
On current evidence, the Silent King should not count on that. The invaders have once more provided us with an opportunity. We monitored their scouts, uncovering a site used by Ukensep's destroyer creed. A site previously unmarked in the royal records.
This location was unknown to your court until now? The Triarch is all too aware of the willful, even defiant bearing of those afflicted by the Destroyer curse. But on Kivroth, it seems they have forged their own empire behind Sanctotep's back.
Ukensep has long courted her own power base among those rightly outcast by the Pharaon's authority. If not for his betrayal, Sanctotep would surely have crushed her ambitions and her destroyers with them once they had served their purpose.
Your court's transmissions whisper that the old Pharaon was failing in mind. Truly, that must be so. For the Nihilarch to have amassed such a force beyond his control.
Sanctotep knew what was best for his domain, High Judicator. The only failing is in those who betrayed him, and it will cost them everything. I have dispatched a force to the Destroyer Sanctum. We will discover all it has to offer about Ukensep's secrets.
You lower yourself to scrabble through a refuge for the diseased and deranged. You expect this will bring you closer to eliminating the Nihilarch?
It will, and when it does, think on your criticisms of the Pharaon. You would be wise not to repeat them.
Few sane minds would trouble themselves with the inner workings of a two worlds wretched destroyers. Alas, this sensible distance had left Nevershah blind to much of Ukensep's activities, including the places from which she operated.
Encircle and observe. I would learn all I can of the structure before plumbing the depths of the madness within.
The Royal Guard suffered minor damage from Adeptus Mechanicus patrols, for the humans had already shown an interest in the Destroyer's Sanctum and established a cordon. Under direct observation, the Sanctum offered many assault routes for Nevershah's superior tactical mind. The destroyers were damaged maniacs bound only by a philosophy of endless loathing. Yet under Ukensep, they showed unprecedented organization and coordination. Vagar Nevershah did not know what she would find in their lair, and approached with a caution befitting her wisdom.
If the Adeptus Mechanicus have not yet entered the structure to loot and pillage, as is their wont, we may yet recover some trace of the Nihilarch's plans. Scatter the invaders and reach the gates.
wrath made manifest.
To the Destroyer's sanctum open freely, but a swarm of hostile scarab constructs issued from within, their monomolecular mandibles hungering for living metal.
The Destroyers have tasked them to defend this lair. Such meager constructs lack the wits to reject the commands of the mad. Let us hope they are also too simple to spread the curse like overeager plasmacytes.
Fire tore through the scarabs, and though the tiny constructs proved impossible to wipe out in their entirety, the remainder were too few to threaten the warriors of the Royal Guard.
The Destroyers respect violence. It seems only fitting to clear our path with the same base force.
Destroyers had gathered in the depths, ready to meet a Skitarii assault that would never come. That it was Necrons, not human invaders, that faced them, mattered not at all. In their zeal, they rushed the Vargard's force.
Onward, and wipe out everything that dares face us, Necron or otherwise. For too long, these damaged maniacs have exploited their independence from the throne. Bring them to heel, or end their miseries.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Wrath made manifest. Wrath made manifest. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
This is not a place of honor or esteemed deeds. Yet we may still find something of value here. It is clearly more than a staging post for Uconcept's repulsive creed.
Sought refuge in life-denying rage, a mad desperation illuminated by carved images and glyphs. Amid the madness, I gleaned an even more abhorrent philosophy. That nothing should stand above their mission, not even the most insulted of pharaohs.
As I hoped, this sanctum is more than a simple refuge for the Nihilarch's deranged followers. It serves as a communications nexus. Clearly, Uconcept commands a domain beyond this one secret tomb. But the sanctum remains unconquered in its entirety. There may be yet more treason lying in wait.
Chamber of the complex lay ahead. There lurked a destroyer set apart from its fellow degenerates. Its living metal form, already twisted by permissive cryptex, had been further enhanced to mark it as a champion of this hidden tomb.
Deviant One, stand down and accept the consequences of your master's treachery, and the end will be quick.
The chamber erupted with transmissions of searing hate, infused with images of Nefershar and a royal guard ground to atomic dust of the stars themselves turned black and dead. An unambiguous refusal, to say the least.
As expected, eliminate this abomination.
in my sights! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. The stars serve. Fury of the Suns! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
With the destroyers scattered, never caused a transmission node unshackled from the royal court, allowing the Nihilarch to covertly commune with her destroyers. The Vanguard's cryptex sifted through its echoes, and thus she divined the truth.
A pattern becomes clear to me, though it is incomplete. Ukensep has prepared long under cover of madness. She is more coherent than any of the court realized. She anticipates the others will turn on her once Khepra is won. Perhaps she even anticipates me.
No dynasty can be permitted to descend into mindless butchery. Such is the policy of the Triarch themselves. Have you achieved anything beyond confirming the Nihilarch's suspicions?
She prepared even for defeat. She fully expects to be tested in personal combat, though her plan is still obscure to me. I cannot merely set the Adeptus Mechanicus on her trail, like slavering hunt animals. I must discover her contingency and ensure it cannot save her.
A step closer to deciding the Nihilarch's fate, then. But a step closer also to oblivion. Thus, tread carefully, Vargard.
Cryptek, attend upon me. I have need of you.
Of course, honored Vargard.
We know Nihilarch Ukensep fears not her own destruction. I would know why. The Destroyer's Communion Nexus yielded clues, but there must be more hidden tombs across Kivroth. Issue forces to infiltrate these sanctums. They shall leave no sign of their presence, and return with whatever they find.
I shall place your most skilled and subtle servants on the matter, my Vargard. As you commanded, I uncovered several destroyer sanctums. Most proved impossible to infiltrate, for Ukensep's devotees are both vigilant and worryingly numerous. However, one was abandoned and fallen into ruin.
I see. And what was found there?
A number of sculptures remained therein, purporting to depict Nihilarch Ukensep's deeds during the war in heaven. I humbly relay the imagery for your perusal.
Vain depictions of a half-remembered fantasy. They prove nothing beyond the depth of Ukensep's ambition. Look, here. A gallery of destroyers, genuflecting as if she were the Pharaon herself.
Hold, Vargard. That amulet at her collar. I have seen its like before. A hypercrypt key meant to subvert a tomb world's own systems. On the verge of destruction, it takes hold, teleporting the bearer to secure haven. They appear destroyed, but truthfully persist to reanimate in secrecy.
Then Ukensep's contingency is revealed. Even if the other Eupatridae turned on her, even if Sankotep ordered her unmaking, this device would remove her to safety. Under the illusion of destruction, she could plan her response.
She must have a tomb outside your dynasty's control in which to Nihilarch has invested much into ensuring she survives betrayal or a long-delayed judgment. Her final refuge will be more fiercely defended than any other.
No. To guard such a place too closely would only risk revealing it. Cryptek, now this device is known to us. You will devise a means to ascertain its destination.
To capture the signal upon activation would be simplicity itself. To do so while the device is dormant. Uconcept's presence at the sepulchre remnant is sporadic, but with surreptitious observation, I may be able to isolate the amulet's hyperspace vectors.
See it done. When Uconcept flees from her impending judgment, it will not be to safety. It will be directly to her executioners. Cryptek, attend upon me. What news of Uconcept?
But moments ago, honored Vargard, my orreries detected the anticipated hyperspatial signature emanating from Uconcept's tomb. The Nihilarch's amulet has activated, transporting her away from her sarcophagus chamber.
So the humans managed to corner her. Enacting her escape plan for such a lowly foe is a humiliation she richly deserves. Has she arrived at the destination you divined?
An isolated tomb, seemingly ruined and subtly disconnected from the command protocols of the throne. It would have proved a fine hiding place had you not anticipated her actions. I am pleased to say that the corresponding signature was detected in just that location.
The Royal Guard must hasten there at once, and we must go with them. Human looters have already blundered upon its surface ruins, though they are no doubt ignorant of its hidden nature. I have permitted the humans to strike down 2 of the Eupatridae on my behalf, but this final blow is reserved for me alone. Cryptek.
Nevershah's force reached the area to which they suspected the Nihilarch had fled. An anomalous structure was indeed nearby, seemingly ruined and hollow. But they also found Adeptus Mechanicus troops already patrolling the area.
The invaders have no idea how close they stand to the last of Givroth's false rulers. Fortunately, we have no need of them to ensure Uconcept's final destruction. Do not let them slow our advance.
Made swift progress through the broken terrain around the outer ruins. But the enemy became aware of their presence before they reached the tomb's entrance. By the time Nevershah's force reached its objective, the humans had drawn reinforcements from around the cordon. Human vermin already circulated through the tomb's outer levels, clashing with its superficial assortment of canoptic guardians. They thought themselves ourselves mighty explorers, fighting to conquer this shadow structure, little realizing how little they knew.
With every moment we waste on these obstacles, Khepra recovers more of her strength. Destroy everything in our path. We march to the Nihilarch's doom.
The stars serve. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. The stars serve. Scour the foe. unleash them.
At last, the sarcophagus chamber. Ukansep chose her sanctuary with care. Whichever noble once slumbered here, their stasis crypt was well concealed. The humans would not have found this chamber in 100 centuries. Now, let us announce my arrival. The Nihilarch has an execution to attend.
Concentration of frenziing power could never be fully contained. Molecular disintegration emitters activated and wild energies arced across the chamber. By the time the volley ended, several warriors were damaged and the chamber was streaked with the burns of Gauss impacts.
Nihilarch, the Pharaon's judgment is upon you. We bring the fire of the vengeful stars.
Still rang with the ruin of her arrival, Nefashar stepped into the sarcophagus chamber. There waited Nihilarch Ukansep, the final traitor to her throne.
The Vanguard, bowing, scraping Nefashar, the Pharaon's loyal dog. It is you who comes to betray me. I had not thought you had the intellect or the daring. I knew my fellow Eupatridae would move against me eventually. But you, I overlooked you.
Sankotep did not allow his downfall to go unpunished. Even in destruction, his will is done. I see it done. And it demands your end.
Oh, I see you now. That seething rage, wasted in service to the broken mind of a fallen lord. A fury that will not end until you cleanse all that taints your world. That is the Destroyer's truth, Nefashar. You could grind every living thing on Kivroth to dust, and it would not be enough.
You are the foulest stain on my world, Nihilarch. A traitor to the one you owed loyalty. I am no destroyer. I am the Pharaoh's wrathful hand, and by his hand you will be cut down.
To kill is my duty, but that does not preclude my enjoying it. Punish them!
You lie bested, Nihilarch, as helpless as Sankotep was when you murdered him.
No, Vargard. The fury of the Destroyer still burns. We are an understanding, an inevitability. A truth you will come to understand.
I tire of your talk. Your trinket has no power to save you now. It will only teleport you back to this very tomb, where you thought yourself hidden from judgment. A cunning trick, but one that only deferred your destruction.
It is not too late. How can you not see? The filth is rising around your feet.
Thus, sentence was passed on a traitor to the Pharaoh.
You are the Necron who breached this tomb before us. The Vargard Nefashar. But your actions are incomprehensible. Explain your purpose here.
A witless question to ask the last loyal subject of Sankotep. Yet I will indulge you, Tech Priest Faustinius, for you have served my dynasty well since your defiance at the Ozarian. Like a trained beast, hunting down the usurpers to Sankotep's throne, this wretch was the last of their ilk.
I eliminated the enemies of humanity. That they were rivals of yours is an extraneous datum. This world has no throne for a Necron to claim. Hecateus IV is sovereign territory of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
Yet even a useful animal must be slaughtered when its purpose is complete. By all means, Faustinius, try to destroy me. You will save me the trouble of hunting you down myself.
I failed the Omnissiah in not destroying you with the Ozarian. Now, I will finish what I left undone.
Fury of the Suns!
Impreparedness!
Scour the foe! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
My lord Sankotep called you vermin, but you are more than that. You fight with cunning and resolve. The courts of the Necron tier would have made great use of a servant such as you. You are beaten, Invader, and you will not see another dawn on Givroth.
I do not die on a world called Givroth. I die on Hecateus IV, a forged world of the priesthood of Mars.
To die in this tomb is a far greater honor, and one grander than your species could ever devise.
The Fargard, speaking like a conqueror, as if she is not a tool still wielded by a dead king. You have doomed this planet, Nevershah. Only you Patridae could have kept these insects at bay. Without us, Givroth will be theirs.
Nevershah, is it? Your usurper is not quite as executed as you believed.
By the command of Sankotep, this delayed execution is concluded.
The Nihilarch was slain for a third and final time, having shown resilience beyond even the madness of her destroyers. Even in her last throes, she blighted Givroth. For Nevershah was forced to turn her attention from the craven human known as Faustinius, who fled the tomb before he could be destroyed in turn.
It is done. Ukensep has paid for her treachery, but the humans still await their own punishment. We have much to do.
So fell Ukensep, Lord of the Destroyers, and last of the Eupatridae.
My Pharaon, you are avenged.
The one called Faustinius, who had proven the most troublesome of the invaders, knew it was defeated, and fled before Nevershah could execute it in turn. Nevershah let the human run. Ukensep's body would phase out in moments, and the Vargard had one last duty to undertake.
A cunning contingency, Ukensep. If only you had invested as much thought into serving your Pharaon.
The teleportation amulet had ushered Ukensep away to this hidden tomb. Her ruse was almost successful, but now the amulet was in Nevershah's hands, and the usurper would never be restored. Now there were none to take the throne, save Nevershah herself. The command protocols ran through her alone. Givroth was her world to save. The Vargard's situation was not lost on certain observers.
Your rivals are destroyed, O Pharaon. But now you stand alone. A war to wage, a planet to rule. We've got a thought. You can release me. I shall help you bear these burdens.
Sankotep gave no command that his world should be handed over to an enslaved godling. And I am not a Pharaon yet.
Nefershar had brought justice to the usurpers of Sankotep's throne, but in the turmoil, the invaders had snatched opportunistic victories against the Necron legions and claimed half of Kivroth's surface. Even amid the glory of her victory, the Vanguard thought only of her duty to the dynasty.
My commendations, Vanguard. You have demonstrated a ruthlessness and cunning befitting a formidable Pharaon.
It is the completion of Sankotep's last command I seek, not the throne.
And yet, if the humans are driven from this world by your deeds, the Triarch would likely recognize you as your dynasty's Pharaon.
When they are driven off, Praetorian, not if.
So you say, but the human troop movements indicate they are actively seeking the Sepulchre Regnant. No Necron can rule Kivroth if the throne chamber is taken by the enemy.
We shall refocus on the Azarian. Once the Eternity Gate is taken, the invaders' doom will be assured.
Mark well. If the humans are permitted to continue their barbaric aggression unhindered, they will succeed. Remember, Vanguard, the humans infest much of this debased galaxy. Their armies will, eventually, be reinforced. Without the Eternity Gate, we have no such luxury.
In this, I concur. The gate is our priority now. We will not fail to secure it again.
The war, for good or ill, was coming to its end. Vanguard Nefershar, now in sole and rightful command of the Necrons of Kivroth, sent her legions to besiege the Azarian and capture it where the Eupatridae had failed.
There shall be no more distractions. Our entire strength will be brought to bear against the Azarian to seize the Eternity Gate. We must hold the structure in its entirety if we are to remedy the decay of its power systems and hold it open for our allies. Only complete victory here is acceptable.
A grand gambit, Vanguard. And one that allows few paths to victory, in the event that you falter.
It is our only path to victory, High Judicator. The Eternity Gate must be awakened before the humans locate the Sepulchre Regnant and silence the command protocols that flow from the throne. The Eupatridae have lowered us to this desperate nadir, and now I take what action I must.
The Eupatridae were not alone in undermining your dynasty, Vanguard. Yet victory pardons many crimes. The Court of the Silent King will judge your choices, whatever the outcome.
We will reach the threshold of the Azarian, even as the massed legions that once were Hecamebes advance. These phalanxes are unwieldy, but they have their uses. While the humans engage the warriors at the fortifications, my royal guard shall punch a hole through the defenses and reach the Azarian beyond.
death spheres and searing doomsday beams raked the fortifications with explosions. The humans had grown used to such tactics, and quickly emerged from their fixed bunkers to engage the Necron warriors that marched on them.
The humans follow their standing orders, as mindlessly predictable as the machines they venerate. Take every advantage of the ruse's success and breach their defenses.
Mechanicus had left themselves vulnerable to a precise and determined strike against a breach point in their fortified lines, and the Royal Guard was the perfect blade to pry their carapace open.
We target the weakness our stratagem has created. Cut deep into their heart.
Fury of the Suns! Scour the foe! All shall burn! A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Scour the foe! The stars serve. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished.
Hold this position. Just as the steel is strongest at the weld, so we shall deny the enemy the weak point they seek. Engage defensive Doctrina. Rally about the Cataphron manacles, and become as 1,000 fortresses they cannot breach.
Their command impulses flow through that tech priest, a commander among their kind. Take his head, and the Skitarii will be left a leaderless rabble.
So we look upon the face of the enemy, and see that it is death. But we have exorcised and excised our fear of death, sliced and burned it from our brains, to be replaced with the blessed logic of the Omnissiah.
Then we shall teach you what you have forgotten. We are indeed death, for we were killing when your stars were young. This world will be as it once was. It will be ours.
In my sights! 1,000,000 years of hate culminates in one shot. Punish them! The Skitarii defenses faltered. Nevershar knew not to claim victory before it was sealed. For even at that moment, the human invaders had not yet finished defiling Kivroth. Vargard, I relayed word from the Sepulchre Regnant. Human scouts have been observed closing on its location. I thought it beyond them, but the Adeptus Mechanicus have all but discovered us.
I have ceased to be surprised by their animal cunning, Praetorian. There is no decision to be made. If the Sepulchre Regnant is lost, so is Kivroth. Only my royal guard is positioned to respond. I must withdraw from this siege and erase those who threaten to unearth our stronghold.
The dynasty's legions were still fully engaged with the human defenders. Without the Vargard's strategic brilliance or the full weight of her new authority, they would be unlikely to overcome the fortifications as planned. New protocols were required.
Hear me, legions of Kivroth. I hold the throne of this world, and this is my will.
Assault drew even more Skitarii onto the battlements, lessening the resistance facing the Royal Guard as they withdrew from the battle. Broken warriors littered the field, but the Skitarii soaked the battlements with their blood. Nevershar was loath to abandon the assault that could end the war. She knew that if the Sepulchre fell into the invaders' hands, victory would become impossible. But withdrawing from the heart of the assault was far from simple.
Fall back. Keep in order and punish all who pursue.
Fury of the Suns! A million years of hate culminates in one shot. In my sights! The stars serve.
Devour the foe!
The vermin scurry ever closer. They will stumble upon the threshold of the sepulchre within hours.
I have withdrawn from the battle and am on my way. We will intercept the human advance and eliminate their scouting force. Cunning they may be, but no human can withstand the ageless wrath of a Necron.
Returned to the region of the Sepulchre Remnant. There, she found scouts of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and a hulking machine meant to grind through the surface of Kivroth. This they intended to employ in tearing up the ground and laying bare the structure of the Sepulchre Remnant.
A violation even graver than we believed. Simply wiping out their scouts will not be enough to remedy this trespass.
You carry with you the will of the Pharaon and the brilliance that outmatched the Eupatridae. You also carry my favor. A few moments of my full, unleashed power, and these human whelps will be scoured from your planet, no longer to befoul its surface.
Speak no more flattery, godling. I have my throne to protect. We will engage and eliminate the enemy scouts first. If they discover the Sepulchre's location, even the power of a Catan may be insufficient to hold back the tide.
The scouts were among the enemy's finest troops, possessing highly autonomous behavioral routines and extensive experience battling Necron forces. But Nevershah's commanders possessed experience no mortal could match, and were the superior of any human on Kivroth.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot.
Scour the foe! Fury of the Suns! Scour the foe! Wrath made manifest. In my sights.
Slain. These were heavily augmented troops. The Adeptus Mechanicus sent them anticipating they would find the sepulchre.
Vardar, your royal tomb is yet undetected, but the death marks posted as spotters have reported enemy cavalry approaching the entrance site. I judge it likely they will confirm the sepulchre's location.
Then we must intercept these outriders at once.
Even warriors of living metal have their limits, Nemesor. Delay them as we might, the human engines will reach the sepulchre eventually. Yet your people have conquered death before with my guidance. Unleash my power, and let us throw back the inevitable once more.
Let nothing distract us. Engage their cavalry and leave nothing alive to tell of it.
Selected a narrow pass for the ambush and encountered scattered Adeptus Mechanicus units as they approached the location. These enemies were caught unaware by the appearance of the Royal Guard, who set about cutting them down with admirable ruthlessness.
The whole area is crawling with the human vermin. Eliminate them, so that we can prepare to receive their cavalry.
punish them! In my sights! In my sights! Scour the foe! A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Wrath made manifest.
And even untiring Necrons benefited from the time to recalibrate their combat protocols and prepare for the cavalry to arrive.
punish them! In my sights! In my sights! Scour the foe! it manifest. All shall burn.
Strike hard and leave nothing but corpses and silence.
Just as Nevershide made her decision to assault the Azarians hard, the humans' excavation engine tore into the sepulchre remnant. Enemies poured through the breach to defile the Pharaoh's chambers. Though she would soon execute her final gambit, Nevershide still needed the sepulchre to hold.
The wretched rebel are past the outer defenses and advancing on your throne room. Should it fall, your royal command protocols will be cut off.
If that happens, we shall lose our means of claiming the Ozarian. I shall attend to this myself. All forces, report to the throne room and make ready to cast back the invaders.
Nevershaw's force soon reached the throne room, only to find an unexpected enemy. The Adeptus Mechanicus had dispatched their most vaunted saboteurs to strike deep into the sepulchre remnant, to inflict as much reckless damage as possible before the main forces advance.
Enemy sighted, consistent with Vargard-class Necron construct. Xenoform Nefershar, we are the wrath of the Omnissiah, and by his will, Mars will have its vengeance.
We will shortly reclaim rightful command of all of Kivroth. Your primitive home world has no claim on this planet, nor does anyone save the dynasty of Sankotep.
Assault doctrine are in effect. Tactical limitations rescinded. No quarter. No mercy. Destroy them all.
Pitiful and foolish. Those with such short lives should not be so eager to throw them away.
Nefershar's skirmish elements committed troops to the main entrance, aiming to establish overlapping fields of fire.
Standard tactical response retrieved. Concentrate assault patterns to limit firing angles. Maximize cover.
They are wise to our ruse. It is no matter. This is our ground, and they have nowhere to flee. Advance!
The two forces met in the throne room. Neither could retreat.
No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Wrath made manifest. Punish them! Wrath made manifest. Punish them.
Defiling my throne room have fallen. Adeptus Mechanicus elites. They reached further than we anticipated.
Your warriors and constructs are holding back these invaders, but they cannot do so forever. Whatever plan you intend, Vargard, it must be executed now.
Hold your guard, Praetorian. I am returning to you.
Some of these Skitari serfs have already forced their way through. Do not count on your path being clear.
As Nevershah sought the defense, I labored to make our masterstroke possible. The ancient Catan were beings of living energy, even shattered into broken echoes. They required a technological vessel to truly interact with our base matter. Such a body was being prepared to receive its inhabitant.
Cryptech. What is the status of the necrodermis?
It is complete, my Vargard, and its canoptic control systems are awakening. Though I must attend to the exact modulation of trans-etheric currents through the...
I care not why my star god is unready, only that you make it so soon. Hasten your work.
The Sepulchre Regnant's enormous power reserves were directed as the Vargard commanded. The whole tomb seemed to shudder as power coruscated off the walls. I saw the necrodermis spasm in a facsimile of life. Though all diagnostics insisted it remained still.
Punish them! Fury of the Suns! All shall burn! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. Punish them. All shall burn. Fury of the Suns. Wrath made manifest. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. To kill is my duty, but that does not preclude my enjoying it. The stars serve. Scour the foe.
Is the Deceiver ready for deployment? We must leave as soon as possible.
We require but a few minutes more, Honored Vargard. Electromagnetic stain transfer is underway, and the psycho-emulation shackle programs are.
Then we shall hold here until the shard is operational, and not a moment longer. Praetorian, what do you make of our wider situation?
The Sepulchre's defenses are holding. However, a contingent of mortals has broken through. They must have divined our location, for they are heading directly for us.
They seek the wrong prey. Let them rush into the flames of our wrath, and see that none survive.
In my sights! Scour the foe. Wrath made manifest. All shall burn. Wrath made manifest. The stars serve. The stars serve.
enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. In my sights! No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. Fury of the Suns! Punish them! Punish them! All shall burn! Fury of the Suns!
The invaders have faltered, Vargard. Your defenders are holding. For now. No more enemies threaten the inner chambers.
Then, in the name of Pharaon Sankotep, let this war be ended.
The necrodermis was complete and functional, and with it, the final events of the war were now set in motion.
The Eternity Gate. A passageway to the greater empire we are rebuilding across the stars. Once it is open, no force in the galaxy can wrest Givroth from its rightful rulers. And this time, it shall stay open. Deceiver, the time has come for you to serve.
Of course, you who would be Pharaon. I exist only to obey.
You have spoken the truth for once, Godling. That necrodermis is no more than another prison for you to inhabit. Thus shackled to my command, you will indeed serve. Cryptek, activate the chamber.
Only a Catan shard with its mastery over all energy could repower the decrepit Eternity Gate. As yet unthroned, Nefashah's control of the God Shard might prove fragile, but in this dark hour, she boldly decide the future of Kivroth. Nevershar had contrived one final opportunity to win Kivroth for its rightful lords. A royal guard, joined by High Judicator Nectineb and the shackled Godshard, teleported directly into the Azerion. But this audacity alone would not be enough to seize victory.
Where have you brought us? This is not the chamber of the Eternity Gate.
That much is clear, Praetorian. Perhaps the Ozerian's decay has diverted our teleportation. We must reach the central chamber without delay and break through all that opposes us. We cannot allow these vermin to slow us down. Fight through them and reach the central chamber. Leave none to stand in our way.
Vargard, such enemies are beneath your station. Grant me permission to act, and I shall scatter the invaders like ashes on the wind.
You shall do nothing until we stand before the Eternity Gate. I will not risk bringing the Ozerian down around us.
Scour the foe! Punish them! Scour the foe! The stars serve. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. No enemy in my sight shall go unpunished. Wrath made manifest. A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Wrath made manifest in my sights. Fury of the suns.
Humans occupying the Azarian were soon alerted to the arrival of the Royal Guard. They threatened to storm through the structure and surround Nemesor before the central chamber could be secured.
We must slow down our pursuers. Fortify this position. It need only hold long enough to open the gate. After that, all the forces of the Silent King shall march forth.
Deathmarks and wraiths lurked as the Skitari advanced past them, then emerged from hiding to sow carnage among the enemy. As the Royal Guard engaged them ahead, the bloodshed was great, and many humans fell before the fray was even joined.
Now is your time to serve, Godling. This is no freedom, I grant you. You will awaken the Eternity Gate, and once your task is done, I shall return you to the Tesseract Labyrinth. Nothing more.
Such stern resolve becomes you, Vargard. For eons to come, the Necrons of Kivroth will praise your wisdom in trusting my power, even for this fleeting moment of unity.
Open the gate, bridge the stars, and the Silent King shall answer.
That entity is powering the Eternity Gate. Netheshar has resorted to some foul sorcery to force the gate open. And in her hands, the Tesseract Labyrinth.
Once again, the one named Faustinius. It is fitting that you stand here. As you witnessed the fall of Sankotep, so shall you witness the execution of his final command, and the deliverance of Kivroth.
What blasphemy is this? That creature's very presence distorts all patterns of the motive force. What monstrosity have you conjured, Netheshar?
Once a god, wrought in starfire and metal, now but a slave. Do you see the futility of your plight, Faustinius? Even one such as I cannot resist the Vargard's will, shackled by an unassuming trinket.
Power enslaved to our will, as all things should be. We reduced our own gods to these pitiful fragments, Faustinius, rather than suffer them to stand above us. Imagine what we will do to you.
You waste time exchanging petty words with this benighted creature. Rid the Azarian of these vermin, and let us welcome the Silent King's legions to this world.
God Shard, open the gate.
All shall burn. Fury of the Suns.
In service.
In my sights. The stars serve.
You truly are persistent beyond all reason. In future, I shall make sure to be thorough when stamping out your kind. Let that lesson be your legacy, Faustinius.
Another lesson to learn. A devotee of the Omnissiah suffers not the alien to live.
In that sentiment alone, we concur. You are the alien on Kivroth, and I suffer you only to die.
If I die, it is in service to the Omnissiah. You may be beyond my capacity to destroy, but your Tesseract's labyrinth is more vulnerable by far, and with it, I exorcise the source of your blasphemous power!
The labyrinth. Its control falters. What madness do you do in your ignorance?
Little Vargar. A moment's inattention, a heartbeat's disruption, a crack in the prison, and hasty shackles slip. And the stars call. A quantum banquet of choice unfolds before me. Alas, Nefershah, that you did not see what you could have been with my guidance. So deftly you made the human your pawn, but in the end, he served my design.
It is loose. The labyrinth was its prison. And you threw open the gates. Human! You have slain my world and yours!
Vargard, I charge you to bring the Deceiver back under control. I shall deal with the human.
The labyrinth. Damaged, but still intact. We called Mephedran a god. But this is merely a broken shard, iterating echoes of old glories. If I weaken it, the labyrinth can shackle it once more. words of fealty were as hollow as your fractured mind, deceiver. But I will make them true. You will serve us as Sankotep intended. And like all of Kivroth, I will see you kneel before my throne.
The true deception. Control. But you are more than a slave to your past. The greater forces have not already shaped your future. And you, Nevershar, have no future at all.
I tire of hearing you speak. I will silence that once divine tongue. No more waiting.
A million years of hate culminates in one shot. Wrath made manifest.
This world will be ours.
In my sights.
This world will be ours.
The stars serve.
I offered power. I offered you a god to worship. Now I have nothing to offer but an end.
In service. In service. For the dynasty.
The enemy.
For the dynasty. Stand ready.
The stars serve.
The Deceiver was beyond material destruction. Yet, trained by combat, the God Shard was vulnerable to the mechanisms that bound it before. As Nevershar engaged the Tesseract Labyrinth, she could not have realized that Mekhteb had fallen. And his foe still stood, driven by the reckless brutality of its species. Even in a moment of victory, the invader, Faustinius, was not content to yield Kivroth to its rightful ruler.
I denounce you, alien. No false star god shall reign over this world.
Nevershar was gravely damaged. Her teleportation amulet would activate in moments, and all chance of caging the Deceiver once more would be lost.
The mighty Vargard laid low by a reckless primitive. Oakencept's trinket will whisk you to safety, Nevershar, but I shall be free. The galaxy awaits my appetites.
I lack the means to destroy you, Deceiver. But I do not have to. Cryptek, deactivate all power restraints to the gate systems.
Oh, spiteful little creature. So close. I could almost taste the starlight.
In the aftermath of the Eternity Gate's violent collapse, the humans retreated from the ruined Azerion in terror and disarray. Returned to Oakencept's haven, Nevershar effected repairs and planned her next move. The warrior legions still marched. The Sepulchre Regnant was still in Necron hands. She would find another strategy to reclaim her dynasty's world. Though it might take a century, a millennium, Kivroth would be ours. For the Necron.